Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I'll ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 27th of May 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6:01. We're holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for the community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I'll call each person to the lectern. A reminder, community members registered to speak, that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you each have 3 minutes. However, council can grant 1 additional minute for the address at its discretion. Once your address to the council has concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you questions. I'll call each person to the lectern. That's just a wee repeat there, so sorry, I've read that already. I note that the following people have requested to address council: Joy Cooper on item 4.2, Community Land Plan of Management 2025 for adoption, and Alex Burgon 4.4, Draft Sports Ground Allocation Policy for adoption, and he's speaking for. I now invite the first speaker, Joy Cooper. Joy, could you please go to the lectern? Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, and I acknowledge the traditional custodians that are in the room this evening that are listening as well. I want to begin by acknowledging the hard work on the part of council staff involved in creating key documents and planning processes. We see the long hours and the genuine efforts to navigate challenges. In particular, I want to commend Chris Barrett and the rest of that team for their commitment and their significant achievements in community engagement. Thank you for your efforts in this regard. However, I must pivot from praise to a profound concerning observation. There's a glaring omission in our planning framework that frankly defies belief. Despite consultations, it's come to light that not one single parcel of community classified land on the Central Coast has been formally recognised as culturally significant by this council. Not one, if this document is adopted tonight. Think about that for a moment in a region rich in Aboriginal heritage sites, very strong in early colonial history, with unique landscapes imbued with deep cultural meaning. You've officially recognised nothing. It's a silence that speaks volumes, suggesting either a fundamental lack of awareness and understanding or something far more unsettling. This isn't just an oversight, it smacks of profound cultural cringe. It's as if council is so uncomfortable with our identity, so unwilling to value the heritage and culture that makes this place unique, that you simply choose to ignore it. Are you so busy chasing the next development dollar that you've become blind to the very soul of the community? When I look at the lack of classification, I can't help but wonder, do you genuinely believe our history and culture are simply not significant enough? We have a well in Kibble Park on community classified land telling a story of early settlement, a pioneer settlement at Point Frederick with hundreds of early settlers buried beneath, and countless countless Indigenous sites, including community classified land at Copacabana, near the foreshore, and across our classified land lots with profound ancestral significance. Yet these remain unlisted, unacknowledged as formal cultural assets and suitable for plans of management. Is it simply too much trouble to tick that box for an historic well? Too much effort to protect a tree with cultural value? Too uncomfortable to formally acknowledge a deep cultural importance of Aboriginal sites within our boundaries? Perhaps you've just waited for someone else to tell you what's valuable rather than taking the lead yourselves. Future generations won't see vision, they'll see indifference and a remarkable lack of courage to simply acknowledge what's right in front of us. You have an opportunity tonight, councillors, to rectify this, to genuinely embrace and protect what truly defines us. Please move beyond this cultural cringe, and it is a cultural cringe, and declare that our cultural heritage matters, that our land carries stories, and that we as a region are committed to preserving them.
Thanks, Joy. Any questions for Councillor McGregor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont.
Is that Mrs. Cooper, sorry. Just a question. Did you actually go to the community land consultations last year?
I went to every single one of them. I went to every single one, and a number of times I raised the issue of there being no cultural classified land, and did mention cultural cringe then as well.
So
I've been through every single lot of land in the Gosford, generally in the Gosford area and further afield as well, and cross-checked them with state government maps and with the lot and DP classifications. And I note that there's blocks of land that are in Green Point, while community classified land should not have roads on them. There's one in Green Point that has a road on it, and it's not on the list, and it is community classified land.
So what would you suggest? I mean, as you know, you're here speaking to an item. What do you suggest councillors here do regarding that item?
I think that they need to look at the community classified land and look at the sites that actually have heritage value, and from there create plans of management for those sites and listen to what the community say as to which sites have possible cultural value. And it's not Indigenous cultural value, it's also other cultural values as well, and that they actually then have individual plans of management. I think council did a great job. I'm not going to take that away from them. And Chris Barrett did a fantastic consultation, and I want to make that clear. However, I don't think it started at the right spot, and I have mentioned that to them. I think they started in the middle, and they should have started at the beginning. There is operational land that should be community classified land, and there's community classified land that should be operational. So I think there should be a proper, thorough look at that from the beginning, not halfway through the process.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cooper.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. You've mentioned the cultural and historical issues, and I think you made reference to a suburb, Green Point. Is there anything not on the list that you're aware of, or anything further that you'd like to add in addition to what you mentioned in those 2 points in your speech?
I haven't had a really close, thorough look at all of those sites, but I know that there are some blocks of land that I believe are on the community classification that are not on that list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McQuaid.
Thanks, Joy. Just further to Councillor McGregor's question, can you give us an example of on the coast what lands that you think are of significance?
Well, I mentioned that in my speech. In Kibble Park, it used to have an individual plan of management. There's an early settler well on that site, and that isn't mentioned, and that to me should be in that separate plan of management and have cultural significance. And I know that there are a number of Aboriginal sites and of significant cultural heritage that are on community land that are not on that list. And I think it's council's responsibility to investigate those, to have individual plans of management. It does mention about the community classification and other heritage overruling, the heritage overruling that. However, I do think the council have a responsibility of plans of management for those particular sites.
No more questions. Thank you, Joy. Next speaker is Alex Burgon, speaking about item 4.4, draft sports ground allocation policy for adoption.
Thanks, councillors and staff. I'm Alex Burgon. I'm speaking on behalf of Central Coast Football, of which I'm the CEO. We are the largest sport on the Central Coast with 16,500 registered players this season alone across all age groups and all competitions. Our projections show that by 2030, this number is going to grow to over 20,000 registered players. This growth reflects the popularity of football and the increasing demand for quality sports facilities in our region. I'm speaking on the sports ground allocation policy, and whilst this policy is a step in the right direction and we welcome council's intention to improve the transparency and the process around allocating our sports fields, it is only one part of the puzzle. Council's responsibility to the sporting community goes far beyond how the existing fields are divided up. More pressing challenges exist in whether we have enough fields to begin with, whether those fields are fit for purpose, and whether we're planning for the future needs of our growing sporting population. A policy about who gets what hours can't be effective unless it's backed by proper investment into maintenance, a strategy to build new facilities, and a genuine partnership with the organisations who deliver the sport on the ground every week. Without addressing these bigger issues, this policy risks becoming an administrative exercise that doesn't change the lived experience for our players, for our parents, our volunteers, or for our clubs. Allocating fields is only part of the solution. The current maintenance practices are insufficient in several areas, leading to deteriorating playing surfaces. Without proper upkeep, fields become unsafe and unusable, affecting player safety and the quality of our game. Basic turf practices are being stretched thin. With increased wear, the risk is long-term damage and lost playing hours. Council's cap of 25 hours per week on field usage is below industry and other council standards. Such limitations hinder our club's abilities to effectively deliver adequate training sessions and matches, especially during peak season. We recommend a review of these limits to better align with the actual needs of our sporting community. And as you'll see later on, we are committed to putting our money where our mouth is. Council's own assessment has identified significant shortfall in sports ground availability, yet there are no concrete plans to address this deficit. The upcoming Kalongra sporting facility will be the first new sports ground in 13 years on the Central Coast, which is not commensurate with the region's growth and the increasing demand for sports facilities. Central Coast Council is also the only LGA without a synthetic or hybrid sports football facility or all sport facility between Sutherland and Coffs Harbour. Other councils are investing in current technologies which allow extended hours of play and less downtime in wet weather. Central Coast Football has committed to invest $1 million over the next 5 years to improve surfaces and amenities of our sports grounds. The investment underscores our dedication to enhancing the experience for all participants, and that will have benefits reaching far beyond football and will benefit all other sports on the Central Coast. Whilst we're yet to receive a formal agreement or acceptance from Council regarding this offer, we understand that Council faces real constraints and you can't do everything. That's exactly why we are stepping up and we are committed to be part of the solution. We want to help lift the standard for the entire Central Coast sporting community. We urge the Council to use this sports ground allocation policy as a simple first step to meaningful change for our sporting community, to reassess usage limits, to enhance our maintenance practice, and to develop and implement a strategic plan to address the infrastructure deficit. Central Coast Football is willing and ready to collaborate with Council and other sports to ensure that our sports facilities meet the current and the future needs of our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Burgon, for coming here tonight and presenting these issues. I think you raise a few good points there, underpinned by a sort of overarching view that, we need to provide more space and more time for people on the ground. As you made a very good point as well, 16,000 kids and adults come through CCF every year for playing, and, it's important that as the population continues to grow that we support that. While I don't necessarily have an answer for you tonight on some of those issues, I'd personally be quite interested to keep the dialogue open with you guys and see what more we can do on specific issues. So yeah, definitely want to keep the conversation going and let us know if there's any way the councils can help.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And similarly to Councillor Wright, Mr. Burgon, just very interested in what you had to say, so thank you for that. I suppose, and I'm just flagging that I'm hoping staff, when we get to that item, can respond to some of those comments. I will just say my recollection of when councillors received a briefing regarding this item, and we also raised the issue of needing more sporting fields. I think we were reassured by staff that there was work to be done in that regard, and that there will be further work. So maybe when we get to that item, staff might be able to just provide a comment around that. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Lamont.
Thanks for coming in, Alex. Just one question, because you actually did run for in the last council elections. If you could name one action that could be taken, one urgent action, do you think council should be focusing on?
There is a sports, and I don't know the correct term, but there's a sports ground strategy that's upcoming in either this coming financial year or the following financial year, and I should know, but I don't. That needs to be fast-tracked and escalated, because if we don't have a plan for future sports grounds, we know full well that Colongra has taken 10 to 12 years to get off the ground, and work is only just starting now. So if we can't identify future sites, we're 10 or 15 years down the track before we start building future sites. We are so far behind the 8 ball that it's not funny. So we need to really fast track that strategy, not just for my sport, for all sports.
Thank you.
Councillor McQuaid.
Thanks, Alex, for coming in, all your work. Is it true that CCF looks after Bloodtree at Mangrove? And if so, what sort of condition is it in, and how has it helped?
That's correct. So we look after 2 facilities. We own our own complex at Plume Park, 3 football fields, and so I know a lot about turf maintenance practices, and more than I care to at some times. Council has also leased us the green space at Bloodtree Oval at Mangrove Mountain, which we're very grateful for and fortunate to work with council for. Since taking that over 18 months ago, we've brought the playing surface, which is under our lease footprint, up to the same standard as Plume Park. We're playing NPL football there, so representative football. The Central Coast Mariners Academy and Central Coast United both play out of that facility. So the grass is up to an excellent standard, the amenities building and the lights not so much, but we've got some plans to work towards that.
Just further to that, in terms of just the southern end of the coast at the moment, what sort of available hours do you have weekly for teams?
We're allocated 25 hours per sports ground, no matter how many players are at that club or that ground or that facility. So we call the Golden Triangle between Terrigal, East Gosford and Kincumber. About a third of our players are in that Golden Triangle of 3 or 4 clubs, Avoca included. So we have, give or take, 5,000 players in that area of the coast, and some of our clubs are split across 3 or 4 different venues with single fields. That is the area in which green space is hard to come by, and that is the area in which we have most of our players.
Is there anything that council can do to help?
There's one identified site being, not to cut you, sorry, is the Green Point Tip, which has been previously identified as a potential for sports ground development. My understanding is that an investigation was done in 2020 and COVID got in the way, and I'm of the understanding that that hasn't progressed any further as to investigation for suitability for sports grounds or anything else.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, thanks so much for coming along. I'm very aware of how positive an impact that sports has on the community's general health and social cohesion more broadly, and as well as that, it's just fun. And it's particularly important for our kids. One of the things you didn't mention is what a fast-growing sport football is for women, which is probably somewhat counterintuitive for many people. I certainly am a strong supporter of having more sporting fields, and I'll be bearing that in mind when the strategy comes before us and they attempt to enhance the number of sporting fields available for your sport and all sports. So thank you for coming along and reminding us of this important objective. One of the issues I wanted to raise with you and seek your response is there's been a bit of a plan or a proposal to increase the number of schools that share their sporting facilities with the community. And I suppose I'm interested to know your views, whether you think that's an opportunity and whether you see that as a positive or a negative for sports fields around the coast.
It's a great opportunity. Any green space is good green space, in our opinion. Obviously, we play on grass, and we will take any grass that we can get, our sport. So the collaboration with schools is critical. The downfall often is that school infrastructure obviously genuinely and generally lacks floodlighting and drainage. So the surfaces that are given up by schools are obviously run on all day by kids, rightly so. And so they aren't in the best standard, and they're not certainly the best either draining fields or lit fields. So whilst it is green space, and absolutely we would welcome it, they're often not suitable for large, downpours like we've had in the last couple of weeks. Renders fields like that unplayable largely.
Would they be a situation where, if you're able to negotiate it, the Central Coast Football would be prepared to take on the maintenance and improvements necessary to make them up to standard?
Absolutely, we're willing and open to taking on lease. We're in discussion with the council staff currently about taking on leases for more fields. Often the summer user or alternate users are the barrier to being able to do that, even if we're willing to work with those users on leasing any green space. So if there's school opportunities, certainly Central Coast Football would be open to that, definitely. My understanding is that council has tried to get schools, particularly in the pre-season period, January, February and March, pre-season for our sport, I say, and didn't have a lot of success in gaining access to many school fields.
Thank you very much.
Councillor McRae.
Just quickly, Alex, have you done any research in Australia or New South Wales or Queensland about technology like synthetic fields and how it can help?
Yep. Synthetic fields have come a long way in the last 10 years. Obviously, I mentioned in my speech that Central Coast is the only LGA that doesn't have a synthetic football field or synthetic sports surface between Sutherland and Port Macquarie, or Coffs Harbour. Previously, synthetic fields have had environmental and heat-related issues that have rendered them largely unviable. We've tried to put one in at Plume Park. Unfortunately, we're built on a floodplain, which limits our ability to do so. Otherwise, we would have done so by now. All three of them would be synthetic by now if it didn't flood. I was underwater last week. I was walking through in my gumboots. Coming along is also hybrid surfaces, which is essentially a 5 or 10% synthetic surface that grows through a natural grass field. It has no infill and no environmental concerns related to pollution or anything like that. There's no rubber infill. And that is the way that several councils, including Sutherland Council, are going. So Sutherland Council have just installed they've returfed 9 goal boxes of 9 of their premier sports fields with hybrid surfaces to stop the high wear areas. And ultimately, it reduces the maintenance cost in the end because there's less returfing, etc. that has to be done. So we're looking at putting in a full hybrid field at Plume Park.
And in your opinion, would it help access to fields if the weather's bad, for instance?
Absolutely. A normal turf field, we currently operate under 25 hours per week usage. A synthetic field can be used up to 60 hours a week if you can include school use, etc. A hybrid field is somewhere in between, 35 to 40 hours per week. So we're advocating for more hours on our sports grounds. We're willing to invest in infrastructure like hybrid fields. But if we're going to invest in a hybrid field in a council space, we would hope that that was matched with increased access. Win-win situation as far as I'm considered.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, just a couple of questions. In regards to the blood tree arrangements, how much do you pay the council for that? How long's the lease run? What are some of the terms of the lease, if you're familiar with those arrangements?
The lease is a 5-year plus 5-year lease, so we're 18 months or almost 2 years into the first 5-year term. It's extended for the second 5-year term if we spend $50,000 on capital works and improvements, and which to date we've spent $135,000 on drainage infrastructure. And it's a peppercorn lease, so there's no annual fee.
And earlier on, you mentioned that there was other other places that you are interested in leasing. Would you want to share that with the councillors tonight?
Yeah, to be perfectly frank, we would take any green space the council would offer us. Mangrove Mountain is not central to our population. We're grateful that we have the opportunity to take over Mangrove Mountain. Central locations that have multiple fields in the same location are obviously preferential to us. Ovals like Pat Morley at the entrance, 3 ovals at the same spot, is a really good central point and a central hub for Central Coast football. So if we're writing a wish list, grounds of the like would be on there. Our preference would be almost to have one venue in the north, one venue centrally, which we almost have at Plume Park, and one venue on the peninsula or south.
And would these be for exclusive use?
No, we've had initial discussions with cricket, for instance, as a primary summer user, and we wouldn't be trying to take away from any summer or other user. Obviously, primary use in winter, and it alleviates some of our concerns around pre-season because we can share equally between our own clubs. So it gives us that ability to do so, and I'd be happy to provide, the records of how we have used Blood Tree Oval, because it has been absolutely full from 1 January through to our competition start date in April with all different clubs from across the Central Coast. I say Blood Tree is not central, but it's equally far away from everyone, so everyone's equally disadvantaged to get there.
Yeah, happy to receive any information or anything like that, because as far as I'm aware, it's the first of the 15 of us have heard anything about these arrangements. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks very much. Thanks, Joy. Thank you. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I remind councillors and all those who are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that any recording of this meeting will be retained online in Council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I'd like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing the council. I now declare the meeting open at 6:31. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Dark and Young country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. Could somebody get that person a glass of water? We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Item 1.1, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I can confirm that I have a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in item 4.10, Community Support Grant Programme March 2025. As a Rotary Club of Gosford North Incorporated, Central Coast Grant is named in honour of a person I know, Pat Farmer. He also runs Team Central Coast. I confirm that this conflict will not affect my decision making on this item. I will remain in the chamber and vote on this item. Councillor Moreland.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in regards to item 4.10 in relation to the Rotary Club Gosford North Incorporated requesting community support grant funding. I'm declaring this interest as a person named in the report as a casual acquaintance, as I've had no discussion or involvement with this person or the Gosford North Rotary Club in relation to the grant submission. I'll be remaining in the chamber and voting on this matter if a vote is required.
Thank you. Councillor Daniels.
I have a less than significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest in regards to item 4.1, the Community Support Grant Program, being that Pat Farmer is listed and he was a part of Team Central Coast. I will personally manage this conflict and I will vote on this matter if necessary.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to declare an insignificant non-pecuniary item 4.4, the draft sports ground allocation policy. The reason being that I play club and community sport, so I'm declaring an insignificant non-pecuniary for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Castles.
Yes, I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict of interest in relation to item 4.10, community grants. An applicant for a grant is the Bay Rugby Club. A family member plays for this club, but I will remain in the chamber and vote on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Crowley.
I want to declare an insignificant non-pecuniary interest in 4.3. My brother has occasionally uses the airport. I will remain in the chamber.
Yeah. Councillor Walsh.
I have no conflicts, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
I would like to declare a non-pecuniary insignificant conflict in relation to the community support grant programs on the basis that Pat Farmer was a parliamentary colleague of mine for a number of years and that he supported my fellow Labor Party member and the candidate for Robertson, Gordon Reid, in the last election.
Thank you. Just before Councillor Smith, I'd like to declare another one on 4.4 on Alex Burgon, because obviously I was the Marlins coach for many years and had a good relationship with Central Coast Football, plus Alex was on the Team Central Coast ticket, so I'd like to a non-pecuniary insignificant, non-pecuniary interest, and I've just lost where I was reading. Yeah, so non-pecuniary interest, non-significant. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eaton. Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare.
Thank you. Just before we do the confirmation of minutes, Councillor Stanton, I believe you have a slight change to the minutes from the first extraordinary meeting.
That's right, thank you. I've given the words to the civic support team. It's just a correction to the minutes of the extraordinary meeting on 6th of May.
Thank you.
I'll move the minutes with that.
Mr Mayor, could I move a procedural, please, that the item on the minutes be considered in seriatim, that we consider each minute separately, please?
Could you say that again, Councillor Smith?
That we consider the adoption of minutes in seriatim, that we adopt each set of minutes separately, please. Oh, however you meant to say it. Just 3 motions, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Just move the screen.
Can we just bring the screen up so we can see the 3 meetings, please? So Councillor Stanton's notation relates to item 2. So Councillor Smith wishes to consider them, just to be clear, each of the minutes of the meeting separately.
Yes, that's correct.
You're happy to do that?
Yep, happy to do that.
So a mover and a seconder.
So can I have a mover and a seconder for
The ordinary meeting?
the ordinary meeting, the first one? Can we just bring it back down? Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favour?
Christ's sake.
Unanimous. Can I have a mover and seconder for number 2? Councillor Eaton, Councillor McQuaid. All those in favour?
Mr Mayor, I have a question about those minutes, if I could. So, Mr Mayor, you actually weren't here, so you didn't get to enjoy that meeting. But it was renowned and a disgrace to our council how that meeting proceeded. So I note that one of the things in the media, in the community, all over the place that was discussed was that Councillor Lamont moved an amendment and it was seconded, but that was not recognised by the chair, even when it was pointed out to the chair. So through you to the CEO, Mr Mayor, is there a way of correcting those minutes, and did staff actually go back and check whether that was formally seconded? Because the minutes don't reflect that.
It's an interesting situation. There were 2 places where the meeting has control of the meeting itself. There were 2 points at which that could have been dealt with, where an amendment wasn't recognised by the chair and there was a question as to whether it had been seconded. That could have been removed by another councillor, or again removed by Councillor Lamont with a seconder, or the meeting could have called a motion of dissent on that particular matter. Neither of those things occurred.
So, Mr Mayor, my question was, did staff go back and check the veracity of whether that amendment was seconded or not? Because it would have appeared, I think, on the screen, it would have appeared in the video. So was that checked? What did our governance staff go back and check the veracity of that?
I think that, there is The question is that the chair ruled, and the chair rules that the matter wasn't seconded.
Mr. Mayor, that's the answer to a different question. The question I'm asking is about whether staff, governance or otherwise, verified and checked to ascertain whether that amendment was seconded or not.
That the chair rules and counts the votes, and if the votes and the conduct of the meeting is not, the members of the meeting are not happy with that, they have an opportunity to move a motion of dissent. Now, can I just make that really, really
answer
clear?
the question I asked.
The question
Mr.
is,
the gallery, please.
I tell you,
Quiet, please.
the minutes reflect what was said and rules via the chair at the meeting. So if the chair ruled that the matter wasn't seconded, it doesn't matter whether there was a motion made or not. The chair's ruling stands unless a motion of dissent was moved, and a motion of dissent was not moved.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment then. I haven't worked it out yet, but and obviously the amendment won't get up, but I will move that Council notes the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of Council held on 6th of May. Part 2, I'm happy to accept Councillor Stanton's alteration to the minutes. And Part 3 notes the failure of the Chair to recognise a seconder on an amendment moved by Councillor Lamont. So I will move that way, Mr. Mayor.
I have a proposed amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor.
Firstly, I'll second Councillor Smith's amendment, but I do have a question, which is regarding the amendment that's being proposed by Councillor Stanton. I was trying to fill in the declaration of interest, so forgive me if you did speak to this, but the question would be, could you just explain what the amendment is? Was what you asked for not captured? Is there a change of dates or something? Could you just explain that? Because I didn't quite capture that.
Councillor Neil, you need to put off your buzzer just now.
It's because I was waiting.
She's been asked a question.
Councillor McGregor asked Councillor Stanton a question, that's all.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the current minutes of that extraordinary meeting on 6th of May does not include any line item. It goes from a dissent to a query by Councillor Castles. This amendment was not included, which is where I had proposed the amendment that was accepted.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, I'd like to add an additional line to Councillor Smith's motion. And I know it's an amendment to amendment, but I'm seeking the agreement of the person moving the amendment to include it, an additional line, and that is that the Council notes that the acting chair of the meeting, Councillor Doug Eaton, was in breach of section 11.5 of the meeting procedure adopted by this council, in that he had a duty to receive and put to the motion any lawful motion that is brought before the meeting. I was online, but I saw very clearly that Councillor Lamont moved the motion, and further that 2 people indicated they were seconded, including Councillor McGregor and Councillor Walsh. It is possible that the chair of the meeting missed that indication, but when the matter was raised at the meeting, Councillor Walsh and Councillor McGregor both indicated directly to the chair that they not only had seconded the motion, but they were willing to second the motion again. And again, the chair declined to put that lawful motion to the meeting. And I think it's very important that this council is aware that there is a requirement to comply with the Code of Conduct, because there was a extensive commentary in the media about the poor way that meeting was run, the disrespect shown to councillors, and I think that this community needs to know that for the council at large, this sort of behaviour is not acceptable.
Absolutely right.
Councillor Neil, can you put your buzzer off, please? Thanks. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just correcting some of the wording. If staff could just go up to number 1 for my motion. It just says the council notes the minutes of the extraordinary meeting, the draft minutes of the extraordinary meeting of council held on 6 May 2025, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Eaton.
I'm a bit confused where we're up to, Mr. Mayor. Is Councillor Neil's addition, is that accepted or not?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. I'm clearly going to be chastised. I've got a conflict of interest now. Okay. Can I just say, first of all, that there was no seconder, and I'm quite happy for the staff to examine the tapes and to see if there was anyone who actually said, I will second this before I ruled it out of order. And there wasn't. So 2 councillors had indicated that they had something they wanted to say. It could have been anything. And it's convenient after the fact that they now say, oh, well, I was going to second it. Well, you had your chance to say it and you didn't. So what I did was perfectly in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. And of course, the other issue that was happening is we were significantly out of time. There was 30 minutes allowed for the meeting. And we were, I think, as the minutes will reflect, well over that time frame. And so the time for debate had closed. But as I say, I will challenge anyone to go and listen to the tape and find a councillor that said, I'm seconding that before I ruled it out, and I waited some time. And if you do, I will apologise to all and sundry.
Councillor McGregor.
Look, anyone who watched the meeting or watched the tape would realise that this is indeed my right arm, and it was raised at the time. I was attending via Zoom, meaning that I can't just unmute myself and speak over the top of everyone, but this, my right arm, is a physical object. It's a real thing. It's not invisible. Can everyone up there see it? This is the right arm. And did you see it a couple of weeks ago when it was raised then? Because I've had a lot of people say that they saw it. I guess it wasn't a figment of everyone's imagination. To be perfectly clear, I did second that. You chose not to accept it. And you said on the tape, in your own words, you did not agree with it. You would not accept it because you did not agree with the motion. Didn't read that in the Code of Meeting Practice, but I guess it was a tense meeting for some. So obviously with the distance of the Zoom screen, it's nice not to have to put up with some of that stuff, but I did second it. There are other people here who may say that they did or did not. I won't speak for them, I speak for myself. Categorically, 100% did second it. It was a choice of the chair to ignore that it was second, as was explained by the General Manager earlier.
Councillor Neil, you've already spoke.
No, I'm responding to the question raised by Councillor Eaton because I actually have listened, gone through the video twice myself, so it can comment exactly on what I saw.
Right.
May I respond to his question?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the indulgence of allowing me to speak because I think this is a very important point. I don't want it to appear that it's something that's just for form, because having proper regard and respectful regard to members of the council is fundamentally important to this democratic process. I was actually quite horrified during that extraordinary meeting. I was attending remotely, so it was quite difficult because you can't really see entirely what was going on. But I very clearly saw Councillor McGregor raise his arm, just even looking at it remotely. And I actually raised with you personally that there'd been a second of the motion. I had seen Councillor McGregor raise his arm. You said to me laughingly, I didn't see anything. Councillor Walsh then indicated very clearly that she also seconded the motion, and you then said it's too late, and went on to say various other things. It is very clear from the recording of the meeting that you were aware there were two people prepared to second the motion. There was nothing about the motion that was unlawful, and that properly carrying out your obligations as the chair and compliance with the Code of Meeting Practice, in particular section 14.2, you should have properly put that motion to the meeting. The result may not have been different, but that's not what's important. What's important is that everyone has their motions put properly to the meeting and dealt with appropriately under the legislation and the Code of Meeting Practice.
Councillor Milne.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's certain positions in this chamber where things are out your line of sight. So I'm really struggling with this, and I'd probably appreciate some response from staff, whether it's tonight or at a later date, because I didn't see what happened on behind me. I was watching the screen at the time, and I haven't watched the video back, so it's a little bit hard for me, and I'm not sure about other councillors in the room to actually decide which way to go on this. So any support from the staff about reviewing those tapes and bringing something back to the chamber would be appreciated.
Councillor McQuaid.
Can we just get on with this, please? It's 6:52. We've been sitting here for 22 minutes arguing about it. Do you think Cheryl, who hit a big pothole on Wells Street today, who got in contact with me, gives it absolute crap about this? They just want their potholes fixed. Move on. We're arguing about nothing. I understand, and Councillor Eaton has said he would apologise, if something come up. But let's just move on and get on with the meeting, please.
All right. Councillor Lamont. We're going to have to, we've got an amendment for this one, we'll have to vote. Yeah. So, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in response to Councillor McWade, I think that is that an individual position that you have there about us moving on, or are you actually objecting to other councillors trying to address due process?
Councillor McNamara.
Thank you. Just checking where we're up to. Is this an amendment or is
this is the amendment?
No. Yeah, I just want to check because I don't think anybody actually
moved. For the second one. We voted on the first one.
No. This is number 2.
Sorry, excuse me. You're right. Was there a mover and a seconder for the second item? You were the mover and the seconder. So it's actually not an amendment. So the motion
is what we have up
is Councillor Smith's as adjusted by Councillor O'Neill. Is that correct?
Correct. So I'll move an amendment, which is the original recommendation for 2 with Councillor Stanton's correction. So now we have that amendment and the motion from Councillor Smith. Is that correct, General Manager?
Yep. Take a minute. You've got a seconder. Councillor Eaton. Councillor Lamont.
Are we on to the 13th yet?
No, not yet. No.
Okay.
No. So now we're on the 6th of May. So yeah. So no speakers to Councillor McNamara's amendment. Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. There's just a word left out of the additional part that I added to Smith's motion, and that is that I think meeting practice adopted by council that he has a duty to put any lawful motion. So the word lawful, and it should be, that's right, any lawful motion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I actually think I did move an amendment. I thought Councillor Eaton had moved those minutes initially, and then I moved an amendment. So I think what I put forward was an amendment. Yeah. I know I did jump in pretty quickly because the mayor went to the vote, and so I just jumped in before the mayor took a vote. So My motion was an amendment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
And so Councillor McNamara's falls away, yeah? Okay.
So now
You'll do Councillor Smith's amendment.
Yeah. All right, all those in favour of Councillor Smith's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. No, you're moving on with me. Thank you, Councillor Neal. All those in
I
favour?
want to note, Mr Mayor, I'm abstaining from this vote.
All right. So, Councillor Millen and Councillor Daniels.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, but can I just clarify, were you there for the whole meeting? I can remember you were on screen.
I was online.
For the whole meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Councillor McGregor, just...
The question is, what are the implications of adopting false minutes? Minutes have to be a true and accurate record of the meeting. And if this is not a true and accurate record of the meeting, what are the implications of that?
In the middle of the vote.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the vote. We need to come back to that, Councillor McGregor. All those for the minute, all those against? Yes, this is Councillor Smith's amendment. The against, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's carried. Councillor Smith's amendment's carried. It becomes a motion. All those in favour? All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Carried. Council intends to deal with the multiple items of business on the agenda.
Sorry.
Oh, item 3, so. Yeah.
Are we going to look at the 13th of May meeting?
Yeah.
The minutes of the extraordinary meeting on the 13th of May, is that correct?
That's correct, thank you.
So we need a mover and a seconder for that.
Are you moving, Councillor Lamont?
Yep.
Yeah, because of a seconder.
Anyway.
Councillor Neal. Councillor Lamont.
Okay, so this isn't, it's actually a question through you, Mr Mayor. There's a number of things on that were noted down as points of action and everything in that meeting. I was just wondering if we could actually update the community on what has actually happened as a result of that motion. Like, there's a lot of questions being asked about what action is going to happen at North Entrance, at Wambrel, funding, you know, where everything's at. And I just thought this might be a good opportunity to let everyone know where council is at with all of it.
We're actually just adopting the minutes of a council meeting here. We're not in a procedural motion at the moment, so.
So we can't find out, no updates for the community.
No updates at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favour of the point 3 to adopt, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith. It's unanimous. Thank you. Items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with the multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters or matters that councillors wish to speak on. I will now call the number and title of each item and indicate whether they have already been starred by councillors. I will then ask councillors to indicate if they wish to have any additional items starred. This means that the item will be discussed and debated. 1.4 Notices of intention to deal with matters in confidential session has not been starred. A mayoral minute, I'll speak about that. Monthly investment report 2.1, Councillor Wright. It has been starred. Monthly Finance Report 2.2 has been starred. Economic Development Committee Minutes and Recommendations 3.1 has been starred. 3.2 Environment and Planning Committee Minutes and Recommendations May 2025 has been starred. 3.3 Governance and Finance Committee Minutes and Recommendations May 2025 has been starred. Community and Culture Committee Minutes and Recommendations May 2025 has been starred. 4.1 Q3 March 25 Operational Plan and Budget Review has been starred. 4.2 Community Land Plan Management 2025 for adoption has been starred. 4.3 Proposed lease for aviation purposes of Central Coast Airport outcome of negotiations and next steps has been starred. 4.4 Draft sports ground allocation policy for adoption has been starred. 4.5 Water and sewer concessions and rebate policy for public exhibition has been starred. 4.6 Mountain bike infrastructure and open space for information has been starred. 4.7 Central Coast Arts Limited Art House appointment of board member has been starred. 4.8 Protection of Environment Trust information of establishment of a trust management committee has been starred. 4.9 Advisory committee meeting held in the third quarter 24-25 minutes has been starred. 4.10 Community Support Grant Programme has not been starred. 4.11 Disclosure of Interest Return has not been starred. 5.1 Notice of Motion Implementation of Petition Policy for Central Coast Council has been starred. And 7.1 Investment in Digital Transformation Request for Procedure hasn't been starred.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Although I know these things have been starred, I'd just like it noted that I did also star Community and Culture Committee, along with Councillor Lamont, and also 4.1 Q3 operational plan. I also starred that. There was a bit of a mix-up with my information going to through to civic support.
So what was, what was the two numbers again?
It's 3.4. I know they are. The 3.4 and 4.1. I just want it noted that I had starred them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, procedural question, Mr. Mayor. 7.1, I thought that required being dealt with in confidential, but 1.4, don't we have to resolve to go into confidential through that? Or are we waiting till we get to 7.1 to do it?
7.1 has been starred.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, it's come off. Well, if it's going to be dealt with, you don't need to resolve it in confidential because it's not going to confidential. You're not closing the meeting.
It's starred. It's currently starred. What I'm saying is, if it's starred and it's going to come up for debate, don't we need to resolve for it to go into confidential?
Sorry, I was just told that it's not going to be debated. It is going to be debated, or it's not going to be debated.
The only two that are currently up there not to be debated are 4.10 and 4.11. The ones on the left-hand side are to be debated.
Sorry, if it is going to be debated,
I got told just before the meeting it wasn't going to be debated. It was Councillor Walsh, is that right?
I thought it had been started by Walsh.
Okay. So if the intention is that it's going to be debated, sorry, can we just clarify that? Is it going to be debated or not? Oh. Okay, all right. So let's bring it across to the left. Then we will deal with the process to go into close when we get to that point in the minute.
So you want to wait till that item to do it then? Okay.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Just a point on the committees. Talk to all the other councillors, but I would hope that the chairs of each committee get to talk to their committee meeting minutes if required. but are we still going to star it if need be?
My intention, or my thoughts
with
would
the
be
chairs.
that the minutes of a committee would be moved and introduced by the chair of the committee.
Yes, just picking up on Councillor Castle's. So just a process going forward, if we're going to have the committees on every council meeting, it should probably start with the chair of each of the committees.
So just getting a vote on the exception method. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. First item on agenda is 1.5 Mayoral Minute, additional waste services for flood impacted residents. Councillors, the Central Coast has endured extreme weather conditions recently, with many properties around their lakes and waterways experiencing major flooding. 16 councils were granted natural disaster status, of which Central Coast was one of these councils. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our emergency service workers, council teams and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to rescue people in distress, communicate warnings and restore community assets during this time. As we move into flood recovery, many people are dealing with impacts of severe weather and flooding on their homes and may need additional help to clean up their properties. I'd like to thank the New South Wales Government for waiving the waste levy for storm-affected residents on the Central Coast for the next 3 months, as it applies to storm-related mixed waste sent to landfill only. While the weekly household bin and bulk curbside collection services are continuing to Council's regular schedule, there are no additional collections being offered to remove bulky flood-impacted household items and green waste. Currently, all residents are entitled to 6 bulk waste curbside collections each year. Flood-impacted residents are able to lodge a customer request to be considered for more. However, given the extreme circumstances, I'm proposing that the extra bulk waste curbside collections are allowed without the need for a formal protest to help with the bulky household waste like damaged carpet, furniture, white goods and other items identified flood impact properties. Details of what can be collected via the bulk waste collection service is provided on Council's website. This would be a very practical way we could help people get their lives back on track following the devastation of their properties being inundated with floodwaters. Residents are still required to book in services so that the demand is managed and material is not placed on the curbside for extended periods. And I recommend the flood affected residents be allowed an additional 4 bulk waste curbside collections in the current collection year. Number 2, that the CEO determines how flood waste and flood affected residents are identified to best implement this concession. Can I have a seconder?
I've already indicated I second.
Thanks, Councillor.
Would you like to speak before I speak?
I never heard you, sorry.
That's fine. I'm happy to second this motion because it has been a very difficult time for a large number of people, particularly those who have flooded. I do have particular regard to the many properties around Tuggerah Lakes that have been inundated. The only thing I might suggest, Mr. Mayor, is the full bulk waste pickups are actually not a lot of material, bearing in mind if you've been flood affected. Could I suggest to you that we increase that to 8? Because it's actually, I don't know how many times you've organised a bulky goods pickup, but it's actually not a very large amount of material. Are you happy to accept that for the motion?
I need to check with Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, each bulky pickup allows for 2 cubic metres, which is fairly significant. So this is also on top of the existing 6 that has been granted in February. So with 6 existing bulky good curbside pickups plus another 4, you'd have 10, which is essentially you're looking at 20 cubic metres, which is a lot of a pickup for one residence.
Yeah, thanks, Director. No, I'm quite aware of that. I haven't been able to fill up. Most of the time when I put out bulky goods, they say it's two, rather than one, even though I think it's only one. And I understand that there is the existing six, but that's to last for the whole 12 months. It runs from February to February. So I think that, bearing in mind people who are flooded may have to remove a large amount of furnishings and carpeting out of their home, that probably that additional four would be gladly accepted by them. There may be some people not so affected that won't use the entire amount. It's obviously only utilised for those who need it. But I think, bearing in mind the impact of these recent floods, that we could consider providing, for the limited number of people who were affected, the sum of 8 pickups in addition to their usual pickups for the 12-month period.
Yeah, and what you were saying, Councillor Neil, I honestly don't believe I think we'll get people to use an extra 8, but I'm happy to change that to 8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure the community will appreciate it.
Yeah, and again, it's a lot of goods. So, any other debate? All those in favour? Unanimous. Councillor McGregor's out of the room, so that's a none. Yeah, unanimous with who's here. And just back to start items, because I have a mover and seconder for the start items. Councillor Reaton, seconder Councillor McNamara. All those in favour? Yeah, unanimous, apart from Councillor McGregor, is out. It's just the start items.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Item 2.1, monthly investment report. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation there, and it's very pleasing when you read through the monthly finance report. Even when you look at our investment portfolio, how much it's grown since we got here in September, I think that's quite pleasing to see. And obviously, we're going to touch on the quarterly report later, but it was very good to go through that during the last committee meeting. And I was very pleased with the level of detail that Director Rakamallara and our CFO had on the plan, and just how across it they were. So it shows that we're in good hands, and things are going on the right track. So I think that's very important for the community to know.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Neil.
Yes. Did you take a seconder for that motion?
No, can we second that?
I'm happy to second that motion, but there are a number of matters that I would like to raise, one of which I mentioned at the last meeting in regard to our investments. The first is the issue of the number of investments that are rated triple B. In terms of our investments, the lowest level. I suppose we've been through a period where the risk has not been such an issue. But if those who may have read the last report of the Reserve Bank, they anticipate that the period of the Trump impact will be greater than the combination of COVID and the financial crisis. So we are moving into a period of incredible financial risk. And if anyone follows the share market, you'll see them going up and down substantially greater amounts than previously. So I'm particularly concerned that a suggestion to our director that maybe relook at I know we are certainly within the boundaries of the investment policies under the Local Government Act and other guidelines, and I'm not wishing to suggest that, but I think, bearing in mind the level of risk anticipated both domestically and internationally, that we should possibly ratchet our investment policy to a more risk-adverse profile. And in particular, I noticed that Robobank, we have investments with them of more than 10%. I know they are, you could consider them probably lower risk, being a Dutch grain or rural investor, but I think it is dangerous for the council to have any more than 10% in any held with anyone. So again, I won't formally move, but I might suggest that the council look at greater diversification and lower risk investments as we go into this high risk period.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Any other discussion?
Thank you, Councillor Neil. You'll be pleased to know that we are currently redrafting our investments policy. A draft has been provided to the upcoming ARIC meeting for review prior to coming to Council in June. And both of those items, both our percentage of funds invested in the B category is set to reduce, and our counterparty exposure is also set to be limited. We're both thinking along the same lines there.
Thank you. Any other debate? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, agenda 2.2, monthly finance report. I'll move on. Yeah, Councillor Mont started and so did Councillor Wright.
I just the monthly financial
2.2. Councillor Wright,
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation, but happy to hear questions if needed, obviously.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton. Councillor Neil?
I was actually indicating I was going to second it. That's why I pushed the button. Just again, obviously the surplus is good in that it represents we have more money in the bank and that we are able to pay our debts when they fall due. But it is a two-sided coin. Every time we don't spend money that we've budgeted, there is a service or something that we haven't done for the community that we have promised through our operational plan we would do. So I suppose I congratulate the staff on acting so efficiently and increasing the surplus, but at the same time caution against continuing to do so on the basis that we may be failing our community and not providing services that we should be doing.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Lamont.
I think I do remember why I actually started, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the asset management ratio, that's actually in the budget review. It's not in the monthly financials, is it? I think. Yeah, okay, so that was wrong. So I didn't mean to start that one. Thank you.
Yeah. Any further debate? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 3.1, Economic Development Committee Minutes and Recommendations, May 2025. Councillor McNamara.
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Milland.
Just an add on a very important public exhibition coming up from tomorrow by the look of it. We've got EDC 9/25 is the Employment Lands Strategy. It goes on public exhibition for 42 days. Certainly, we'd like to get the word out to everybody associated with anything to do with employment lands, anybody that's looking for employment in the future, to make a submission based on the document that is going to go out. But again, to staff who have put this document together, it's a long-awaited document, very, very well put together. 42 days on public exhibition, recommended entirely.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you to the CEO, and I guess I'll just preempt it in saying that I attended this committee. I'm on this committee. I'd have to say our first presentation, and I mean no offence to the presenters, was about I guess an update on a business, but in the course of that presentation, the presenter also sought support for a current development proposal or development application. And I would have to say I found it extremely uncomfortable that the committee was being used for that purpose. It also raises many concerns seeing these committee reports in the business paper tonight. And I will go into them a little bit further, but what I see as almost catastrophic might not be too strong, but definitely a failure of good governance and procedure in these standing committees that we have set up. I'm very concerned about it. So my question, initial question through you to the CEO is, what probity measures do we have in place in terms of how these committees are going to operate? Do we have a policy? Do we have procedures? We've got committees where I don't even know how that item got on the agenda. So what is the probity? What are the procedures that ensure, and again, I'm not suggesting that that particular item was in any way untoward, but it was extremely uncomfortable. And I have real concerns about the probity of these committees. So could I get a response from the CEO?
Well, the committees are governed by two things: the council's code of meeting practice, which applies to all committees of councils, all standing committees, and secondly, by the terms of reference of the committee. They're conducted and led by the chair of the meeting. The important piece is, apart from the ability to make a recommendation to the council, and there is one committee that has a delegation to make a submission depending on time, but essentially limited power. None of the committees have any power. The power rests with the council. As you can see here, the recommendations come through. In terms of the question is, you're suggesting lobbying staff in the committee. We have to be careful. I wasn't at that particular meeting. We have to be careful about that process. But I have had fed back to me that particular issue, and as I understand it, it was actually to do with development assessment. I don't believe there are any development assessment staff in the room at the time, but yes, it really does depend on, to a large extent, the chair managing that that meeting effectively, and the terms of reference of the committee, and has to be governed and operated within the code of meeting practice.
Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment that seeks to progress that matter, if I may. If I could ask the staff to get that up on the screen for me, please. And if I have a seconder, I will speak to that amendment.
Councillor Lamont, seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate the response, Mr. CEO, and I appreciate that you are aware of the issue. I do think more needs to be done, though. I don't think that's a sufficient guardrail or safeguard to ensure that the community can have confidence. Again, I don't even know how that item got on the agenda, and I'm a member of the committee. In fact, I think I'm now the deputy chair. So the processes of getting business on these agendas is opaque, to say the least. So I don't know what a probity policy should look like, but I would request, this motion requests, that there be one developed and some protocols regarding how these committees operate to safeguard both potential or perceived conflicts or difficulties. My part 4, again, relates to the fact that I think the business paper highlights really, at this early stage, a bit of a disaster for these committees. I read the business paper and we were adopting E6/something, E7/something, Now, to the community and to the minutes, and I notice the staff have now, detailed, or did detail, are referring to something detailed in a report. These are a record of our decision making. And our community, in 12 months' time, when they read the minutes, will not have a clue what council just decided. Yes, they can go and find an attachment. And yes, they can go to a website, and if they've got the time, probably find the business paper for that committee. But that is far from acceptable in terms of good governance and probity. So that, for a starter, is concerning. I also feel that the amount of time I had to speak.
Councillor Smith, could you just, I'll give you an extra minute.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't appreciate that. Maybe one of the other councillors can finish talking to this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
I'll second the motion if there was no other seconder. I didn't note a seconder. Oh, I see.
Councillor Lemoyne, second.
I'll speak to the motion then.
The motion or the amendment?
I'm speaking to the motion.
The amendment. Mine is
the motion.
No, but when the amendment's on the floor, you must speak to the amendment.
Well, I'll speak in favour of the amendment and the motion. I have no difficulty with the probity policy, and I wish Councillor Smith well with assisting the council by this amendment in furthering that objective. But I did want to speak a bit more about the Economic Committee, and in particular the Employment Lands report. I've been aware of the issues about employment lands being a difficulty for developing businesses and more jobs on the coast for a very long time. And I'm pleased to say that the committee had the time and the support of the staff to develop this policy. I won't say it's perfect, but I think we've gone a very long way down the track. I'm very pleased to see it. Because, of course, one of the big issues on the coast is not just jobs available on the coast, but it's people who live on the coast who have to commute, particularly to Sydney and Newcastle. And let me tell you, as a long-term commuter, commuting is no fun. So if we can do anything to provide greater lands for employment, and we can put in place a strategy such as this, then I think it's important that we do so. And I do encourage and invite the community to put further feedback in relation to this, because of course it can be improved, and I want to ensure that as many people as possible have a look at this and make their suggestions to make it the best strategy it possibly can.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Can you put your buzzer, please? Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to support the amendment and the motion. I think we've had enough committee meetings now to realise that they are an absolute waste of time. We're duplicating efforts and actually paying $500,000 to do that, community money. And I just don't think it's worth it. There's better ways of doing this. If you go through the exercise of actually timing the meetings, you could probably knock them over, take away the formalities in about 3 hours in one night. Except for the governance and finance and the asset, you could probably have them on a separate night, once a quarter or whenever the cadence is. But we really have to think about why we are duplicating these efforts when we don't need to. I can understand having the committees with all councillors, and I've raised this before, and that's the reason why I didn't actually, I actually removed myself from all the committees, because I don't think they should be run the way they are. I think we're wasting community money, and I think we really need to have a rethink on what we're doing, and I totally support Councillor Smith's motion and amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor McNamara.
Yes, I'll speak against the amendment. However, I will say that if we were to go back to the motion, then I would include part 3 from the amendment in my original motion. The issue that arose was the last slide of the presentation, where there was, I think, 3 questions that should not have been there, but I very quickly answered it with one word for each of the questions, and moved on straight away. So certainly if we have presentations or even people coming in, some type of probity about what they can and cannot provide or ask or whatever of the committee, understanding that the committee is there just to give advice and recommendations to council. So I would be voting against the amendment, but I would include part 3 in the motion if that was the case.
Councillor Wright.
I think just on it's not really speaking for or against, but mainly on that point 3, perhaps it's worth, when we have people come in, that we just give them even just an A4 sheet of paper, to John's point, Councillor McNamara's point, sorry, that says sort of what you can and can't speak about, because I think that's a fair point.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify the point 4 in case councillors didn't appreciate what point 4 was. I expect they'll still vote against it, but it is basically to make the Economic Development Standing Committee a committee of all councillors, and to delegate decision making to that committee to maintain the frequency of the meetings. But it means that all councillors are present, all councillors read the attachments, the papers, can debate the decisions and then make a decision, rather it then coming draft unconfirmed minutes coming to an ordinary council meeting. So that's just a point of clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rain.
Point of order through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. I would have thought point 4, changing the membership, would need a rescission motion, and I don't think there's been notice given. I think it cannot be in order.
This would be my advice. My advice is it's a variation on a decision of council and probably could stand validly as a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to change the wording to say expand the membership of the Economic Development Standing Committee to exclude all councillors, and then it's not in conflict.
No more debate. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's down. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm not meaning to be overly difficult, but can I just ask a question? Because there's a whole lot of things in the minutes of these committees that don't need to be formally adopted by council, and I'm not sure if it's this one or not. It might be another committee where the committee has said they're going to hold a workshop at some point, and something like that. I think it was an external workshop. It may be one of the other committees, which I presume requires expenditure of funds, and how does and it's not picked up in the resolution of council. So how should that be dealt with through you to the CEO, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, look, the committee's only ability to bind council is via a recommendation to council. It manages its own affairs, so it can do stuff within its own box without getting the approval of the council. But if it does need to expend funds or do something outside that space, would require a specific resolution to council, and councillors on members of the committee should be aware of that, and the staff supporting that should be aware of that as well.
All right. All those in favour of the...
1 second, Mayor.
Yeah, sorry.
Just clarifying to everybody, the point 3 from the amendment is now in the motion.
Yes.
Why don't we put it back to the next ordinary meeting?
Councillor McNamara, you're just watching what's going on.
Yep, that's good, thank you, yes.
Happy with that? All right. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Carried. All those. Councillor Lamont against? Yeah. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I can't see if it's been noted, but I'm sure you've recognised that Councillor Crowley has left
Yes, no,
the meeting. Yeah,
is she all away to the hospital?
she better be.
Thanks.
But you should note that Councillor Crowley has left because of injury she suffered early this afternoon, and she soldiered on until she was overtaken by that injury. So she has gone to hospital, and she certainly would be here under any other circumstances.
No, thank you. Next item on the agenda. Item 3.2, Environment and Planning Committee minutes. This was Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment that I would like to put to one on So in terms of EPC 925/25, I can speak to that now or speak to that after.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Wright. Oh yeah, sorry.
Well, that's why I just said, Councillor Eaton. I can speak to that now, or for the amendment to is that the motion excludes the matter on a protection structure at McMaster's Beach to allow further discussion with the community, and that amendment is being brought to council. Councillor Wright's second. I don't think I need a second to do it. Do I need a second? Yeah. Based on following the first Environment and Planning Committee meeting, where there was a staff recommendation essentially rejected, and a new recommendation came to the committee and is obviously before council now. Councillor Wright and I both had the opportunity to meet with the broader community, and that was following communication from one of the groups that have been involved in this matter regarding protection works at McMaster's. At the Environment and Planning committee meeting, it was presented essentially that the community were all on the one side, I guess, for want of a better word, regarding the planning of the protection works, and it became clear to Councillor Wright and I that that's not the case pretty much straight after that meeting. So we met with the community and have asked to meet with staff on site with that community as well regarding trying to get to an agreement on furthering this position on protection works. But so that's essentially the background to the amendment. Yeah.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with what Councillor Walsh has said in regards to the process that has occurred. My question is, so to give the community some context on this and the other councillors, Councillor Walsh and I have organised a meeting with Director Turkington and her team for the 4th of June. And our understanding is that in an ideal world, to make it easier for council staff, it would be ideal to confirm to the New South Wales government from a grant funding perspective if we are going ahead or not with the funding by the 13th of June. Based on a previous comment I just heard from the CEO about giving the committee's power to enact something on behalf of council, my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO or the director would be, are we able to have the meeting with the community groups, the three respective community groups, bring that back to the Environment and Planning Committee, which will occur before the 13th, resolve and then use the minutes of that to assist with the grant funding if needed?
I'll throw to the Director of Planning and Environment in a second, but the council can delegate something to a committee, so you could. There's really several ways you can delegate a decision if you think you want to deal with something quickly. You could delegate the specific decision to deal with this particular matter to the Environment and Planning Committee if the timing works. You can delegate it to myself. You can delegate it to the Mayor. So you can delegate it to a number of people. You can delegate it to the Mayor and myself. So there's a number of ways if you can deal with something in an expeditious manner if you wish to. In terms of timing.
Councillor Wright, you go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think if it was delegated to either the committee or back to the Mayor or the CEO, that timing would work for the grant, but we do need a decision before the 13th of June.
Perfect. With that in mind, Mr. Mayor, can I please add an addition? Oh, providing it's amenable to Councillor Walsh, I'd like to add an amendment which notes that the matter will be reheard by the Environment and Planning Committee at their next meeting in June. And that council delegates the ability of the committee to provide the outcome on this matter.
Yeah, so, Councillor Walsh.
So can I just keep adding? Sorry. So instead of to provide the outcome, approve the outcome on this matter. And then after matter, comma, as it relates to grant funding, where a response is due back by 13 June. So to provide the further context, as I was alluding to before, after that meeting, myself, Councillor Walsh, the Mayor obviously, the staff, and I suppose any interested councillors can reconvene on that to get a bit of a lay of the land and some feedback from the session, and then the matter will go to the Environment and Planning Committee for approval as needed.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Walsh, will you accept that addition?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll come back to you, Councillor Lamont.
I think Councillor Smith, you were first.
You just need to turn your mic off, sorry. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do, except for another minor around the timing, and I would like the all interested councillors included. At this stage, the meeting with the community is myself, Councillor Wright, staff, and yourself, Mr. Mayor, if you're available at this stage. My understanding is only Councillor Wright and I are in attendance with staff and the community. And though I do think any other interested councillors is a good addition there, because at the Environment Planning Committee meeting, there was quite a lot of discussion about this, and what's going to happen at that meeting with the community is discussion will be coming from people who wanted to contribute that night but were unable to, because essentially the information that was presented on that night was not completely accurate in terms of all groups. So they thought that information was going to be presented accurately, and it wasn't, unfortunately. So this is an opportunity for those who felt that they needed to have a voice in this can be heard. So I think having interested councillors is important. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor McGregor. Sorry, Councillor Lamont, jump in there.
Look, I've got a series of questions, but if the other councillors want to speak in debate or something, I'm happy to wait, because my questions aren't about, they're specific to matters in the committee rather than what you're talking about now. So are you talking to this? Well, hang on. I'm just trying to
on.
work out. Do you want to listen to me ask questions for several minutes, or
Yeah,
you need to work on this right now?
Yeah.
Do you want to work on this? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to come back before you close
Okay.
debate then.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Wright did just say he had a procedural matter. Did you want to? I'm not giving up my spot again. You just yell. Mr Mayor.
Councillor Lamont. Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Sorry, Councillor Smith can definitely go next. I wouldn't normally butt in. I just didn't think it was appropriate to debate to continue if we were going to have to amend it. So, sorry about that. But Councillor Walsh, are you happy to give the responsibility to the Mayor? Because unfortunately that's now our only option. And that's my mistake. I apologise for not knowing that sooner.
Not giving up my spot.
Can you?
Have you got pen and paper up there, Mr Mayor? Could you write Smith on the top of it?
I will.
Please?
I promise.
I'm not sure that happy is the word that I would use, Councillor Wright. However, I think my only concern about that is proviso for me would be if the Mayor is available for the meeting. Yes, so.
I don't know. Councillor, you coming to ask your questions?
Questions? Yeah, everyone else finished with the...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont will not forget. Promise.
You good?
No shut down.
Okay, all right. All right, so I've got a series of questions about the Arimba area, specifically the contribution plan side of things that was discussed at the committee. So if there's a staff member that can answer those questions, if you can get ready, please. The Jark Street, the master plan going out to consultation is going to be on the website for 28 days. I notice in the documents it says that there's plan for, in the 26-27 operational plan, doing about planning, but what time frame do we have for delivery? Are we talking about 26-27 or are we looking at a later date?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it will depend on the availability of funding and the priorities, I guess, put through Council's operational plan. But once we've determined the master plan and had a look through the community consultation, we'll be able to provide further advice back once the after the exhibition period.
So we're likely to hear about that at the following committee meeting after the community consultation. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So further questions around the changes or proposed changes to the 711 and 712 plans. I note in the documents that it says that there's 14 different plans at present. Are there any areas or suburbs on the Central Coast or types of development that are prohibited from any of these plans?
No, all areas of the Central Coast are covered by either a 711 or a 712 plan. There are some ministerial directions and exemptions that prohibit certain types of development from being levied under contributions, but they are listed generally in each plan, so people know upfront.
And the three contribution plans regard the Terrigal, Budgewoi and Arimba areas. If you could provide, pardon me, some commentary as to why those three were chosen and not other areas.
We are slowly working through a review of all contribution plans, so there will be more in future that we'll be looking at being repealed. Those three have been chosen at the moment because, especially Budgewoi and Arimba, there has been limited income coming in, and when you've got 711 plans, the money comes into quite specific restrictions, and so it's hard to spend. And Terrigal is the same. There's a lot of projects in that contribution plan, and having lots of small buckets of money makes it very hard to spend. So if we move the income in those plans and the projects into the 712 plan, it's much easier to use those funds for community infrastructure.
So if I understand correctly what you're saying, this is the first phase of this change. How many tranches or phases do you anticipate for us to go through to get through the 14?
Probably approximately 3. We did start with about 53 contribution plans and we've got them down to 14, and we are just reviewing them as we go.
I note that there was a table that said that if a development's more than $200,000 that there's 1% levied. I'm just wondering, how does this compare to other councils, if you're able to make a comparison?
It's a statewide policy that's within the environmental planning and assessment regulations, and so it applies to all councils unless they have an exemption, which is also provided in the environmental planning and assessment regulations.
So when it comes to 200,000, that's the maximum amount. I'm just personally thinking, there's a bit of a difference between a $200,000 home and then a $50 million block of units. So is there any ability to increase or to change the brackets that are there from the council, or is that determined at the state level?
Determined at the state level. We are having conversations with the Department of Planning to understand the process, because they have allowed councils in specific areas, generally around town centres, you can read those in the environmental planning and assessment regs, to charge higher than what is there, but ultimately it's a decision for the state government.
So we could resolve to lobby the state government to introduce a new bracket? There's nothing stopping us doing that?
No, there's nothing stopping from that happening.
All right. Now, the money from these contribution plans, is that going to be redirected into the general fund?
No, it'll be redirected into the Section 712 plan.
Okay.
So it'll stay within developer contributions.
And I also, my memory could fade, but I do recall at the committee there was some reference to, or it might have been in the papers, a community centre at Ourimbah that was going to cost approximately $626,000 or something like that. What would be the state of that project? Is that going to fall off the agenda? Does it remain? Do you have any knowledge of this, or could you come back to me with notice?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice and come back.
Okay, I'm happy to communicate via email or the request app on that one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do apologise again to the councillors for the error. Oh, well, it was on. Sorry, it came on, but I'm happy to. Councillor Smith was very good to me in giving me the call, so I'm happy to give the lights off to Councillor Smith.
Councillor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Councillor Smith.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. How about I just jump in and get my bit done and dusted, and hopefully we can finish this off. So I am happy to help wordsmith number 3, but if you have something already, I won't bother. But Mr. Mayor, I was going to seek approval of the mover and seconder to add a part 4 in relation to heritage, and if I may just, if the staff could put that up, I did provide some wording to them. If I could just note, at the Environment and Planning Committee, there was a presentation from staff on the thematic theme, which the committee was impressed with and endorsed, but it did provoke further conversation about how council is going forward with heritage matters. The meeting was brought to a close due to time constraints, but there seemed to be a general consensus that I could bring something to this council meeting as part of adoption of the minutes in relation to a further workshop about heritage. And so that is what is up on your screen. It basically says that council convenes a workshop with staff, interested councillors and key stakeholders to look at council's approach to heritage going forward. That workshop would include looking at council's roles and responsibilities, previous and current activities, priorities going forward, and an analysis of those priorities. And as I said, the workshop participants would include a range of people, and a further report would then come back to the Environment and Planning Committee in July. So really, this is not to say council can and will do all things that everybody wants about heritage. It's about identifying what the roles and responsibilities are and the priorities going forward, and then the Environment and Planning Committee has a way forward. I did discuss briefly with staff about this motion, and I think they did suggest by the end of June is probably not feasible. So if I could change Part A to by the end of July. I did ask about the engagement of a facilitator, and they did seem to think that there was room within existing budgets to provide for that. And Part E would then mean that that report comes back to the Environment and Planning Committee in August. I can't remember whether it's a monthly committee or not. I think it might be. Yeah. So that is my part 4 that I'm hoping the mover and seconder will accept as part of the motion. But happy to go back to part 3, and if Councillor Wright has wording, or I can help, maybe not. Did you have something? Okay.
Councillor Wright, Councillor Walsh, was you okay with that?
I was just thinking, we're getting a bit messy here. Are we better off taking yours as a matter arising, so leave it there with a mover and a seconder, and then deal with Councillor Walsh's and Wright's no, Councillor Walsh's was the motion. There was no, you were the first person to move it. There wasn't an amendment. You moved a motion that is different from the motion that the staff or the recommendation from the committee. And then we'll deal with Councillor Smith's separately, and I think that just makes it cleaner and easier to understand. Now, can I just clarify something to inform the meeting effectively? Is the information back to the funding agency on that protective structure at McMaster's Beach is the 13th of June, so that matter could be considered by the Environment and Planning Committee if you are of a will to have that matter.
We won't have the meeting. Sorry, Mr. CEO, we won't have the meeting with the director and the staff until the 4th. So I've got a solution though, if amenable to everyone. So I would like to remove point 3 and add a amendment that reads that council convene an extraordinary meeting of the Environment and Planning Committee. But hear me out. You're going to love this. That council convene an extraordinary meeting of the Environment and Planning Committee to determine its position, and noting that on the 10th of June we only have one committee meeting, I'd propose, which is from 5 till 6:30. I would propose that we do that as amenable by Councillor Walsh at the 7 p.m. usual committee slot that night. So 7 p.m. on the 10th of June. That would be available via Teams and in person. And then one final sentence, and I promise this is it. That council delegate the authority. That council delegate to the committee the authority to determine this matter. Sure. Determine this matter, comma, in relation to the acceptance or dismissal of New South Wales government grant funding.
Councillor Walsh, Yep.
Yeah. So this will just be, for context, an extraordinary meeting with one item that'll go at 7 o'clock. People will be able to join online, as I appreciate that some members of that committee might not be there on the night for the infrastructure committee. So, thank you.
And Councillor Walsh has accepted that. So, Councillor McGregor.
Just a question here. Can council delegate to this committee the authority to determine the matter and to accept and dismiss grant funding?
Council can delegate to a standing committee any of its powers. I'd have to check apart from those ones that are specified in the Act, like making the rate. There's a few things that the council can't delegate.
Well, we wouldn't want Councillor Wright to determine the rates for everyone, but My question to you, Mr. CEO, would be: is this something that you have experience of with other councils that you've been a part of, that they would delegate grant funding to a committee?
Yeah, look, it's not uncommon for a committee to have a certain quite tight level of delegation. This is a reasonably small amount of grant, roughly. How much is it? 350,000. Look, the delegation to a standing committee is not unusual at all. Some standing committees have significant delegations in councils that have planning powers. For example, a council might often have a planning committee that determines rezonings and development applications, for example. That planning committee may well be all of the council, all councillors, or it might be, a significant number of councillors. But you can delegate to a committee, and that's ultimately the decision of the council.
Oh, this building certainly has history with spot rezonings done through committees, but I was more focusing on the grant side of things. But if you believe that's normal, that's fair enough.
The council has to have mind to what the extent of the grant is. I'm just looking at the staff behind you who are going to provide me with some advice in that regard. So it would be useful for us to advise whether it's I'll just get a message very soon that will tell you that it's $200,000 or $20,000.
350.
Councillor Castles have just gone to you just
Yep.
now. Well, we're waiting on that. Councillor Castle.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just following on, Mr. Mayor, through to the CEO, regarding Councillor McGregor's comments. I'm not sure how that delegation actually would work in terms of the terms of reference that currently exist for all of our standing committees. Could that be clarified? My recall from the meeting that I was at was, I think the amount was around $350,000, but I'm sure staff will be able to confirm that. Thank you.
There is no delegations to any committees at the moment, so it would be a specific purpose delegation. The funding, the story is that we have got up to $320,000 worth of grant funding for this piece of work, that we would be able to claim the completed work to date if we don't proceed, but it's a $320,000 grant that we need to inform the funding body of whether we are going to proceed or not. And as I said, the council can delegate that to a range of parties, one of which is a committee of council if it wishes, but it needs to be aware of that. And when this was set up, the council made essentially a specific decision that all the standing committees weren't to have delegations, but the concept of sitting down and saying to determine a very specific matter that the committee can do that is completely within the power of the council.
Yeah, and I completely understand where Councillor McGregor and Councillor Castles are coming from. I think, as you can see from the start of the discussion on this motion, we unfortunately don't have the luxury of time or the luxury of options. And I think, again, to reaffirm what Councillor Walsh said, certainly happy to invite all councillors to this. You can come along and have a look at the beach.
Councillor Walsh, would you like to close?
Well, I'll close by saying also, recognising Councillor McGregor and Councillor Castles' issues of concern they've raised there, and they are important. At the same time, it's clearly a time-sensitive matter, and Councillor Wright and I both observed we were presented one thing at the EMP Standing Committee, and then when we visited the community, we were certainly, and we were already aware by email from certain members of the community that there is not a common ground here. So we do need to get to that so that those funds can be utilised. And the community is very sensitive about the use of the funds as well. So can we put the motion?
That's the amendment.
The amendment.
Oh, the motion. The motion.
Okay.
The motion amendment.
Motion.
Councillor Smith has got a matter arising. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moorland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Castles, and I think Councillor McGregor is abstain. Yep. Vote against. And that's the motion's carried. Councillor Smith's. A matter of rising. Yeah, you got a second there, Councillor Smith?
I'll second it.
Walsh, I think.
Councillor Walsh, thanks.
Don't need to speak to it. I think I've spoken to it. So,
Just prior to it being put, I do actually have a question that I think relates to it, and that is the operations of the Heritage Committee.
it's not a heritage committee.
I know that. What I wanted to ask was, is the Heritage Committee operating, or is it not? And if so, why did the Heritage Committee stop operating?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we do not currently have a Heritage Committee. There was a Heritage and Cultural Advisory Committee in its terms of reference, and the committee finished up on the 30th of June last year.
Can you please elaborate what you mean, finished up?
The terms of reference, the committee was only ran for a 1 year period, and then the committee, at the time, it was finished up on the 30th of June for the new council to determine what they required, and so it wasn't continuing at that point.
That seems to be at odds with some of the advice I've received from the members of the committee. Could you look at that further and see if that's any further detail you have and provide that to me?
Take that on notice.
Thank you.
I'm moving the seconder. All those in favour? Councillor, unanimous. Thank you. Item 3.3, Governance and Finance Committee Minutes and Recommendations, May 2025. Councillor Lamont.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just need to understand a few things with the policies that are being put to council. So they're draft policies that we're going to be voting on here tonight to go out on exhibition. Is that correct, or is that not correct? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I have a few questions regarding the policies, if you don't mind if I can go through them. The public forum policy, are residents with disabilities fully accommodated? I couldn't find anything in the policy about that, but I'm just wondering whether that is the case.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, access to the chambers is fully accessible now, so yes, they will be.
Okay, thank you. And with the borrowing policy, I know that's going to Eric, but just one question, and this might have applied back in 2020. Is there enough clarity or info that borrowing is only for infrastructure or strategic investment and not to cover up operational deficits?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that's stated in the policy scope, but we can have another look at that. And as a member of ARIC, we will have the opportunity to discuss that in further detail at the ARIC meeting next month.
Great, thank you. And next, the procurement policy. I'm just wondering why we haven't got thresholds for things under 250,000, or if there are, like, do we have thresholds for under 250,000? My concern is contract splitting. Like, how do we actually avoid contract splitting in council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamont. That's held with our procedures. So we've got stepped areas that we split what's required at, for instance, I think it's one quote, up to 0 to 10,000 is one quote. 10 to 50,000 is 3 quotes, and 50 to 250,000, that's another criteria. So there's a number of criteria for each level of the procurement process, and then we go to tenders and prescribed agencies. So that's all included in our existing procedures, not the policy.
So that's in the procedures but not actually stated in the policy. Could we get that put into the policy?
Sorry?
Could we actually have that included in a procurement policy rather than just procedures?
Well, best practice is to have it within the procedure so that the staff are aware of the details and what are required in relation to any exemptions as well.
Do we have a contracts register at all?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mott, we do have a contract register, and that's available, and that includes all the contracts over $150,000.
Above
$150,000.
Okay, so below there's nothing that we register, have any...
We do have that information, and that gets reported on a quarterly basis. I think it's moving to $50,000 that will be reported on a quarterly basis.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed in the policy, I think it's clause 8, it actually talks about exemptions, and they're only, I think it's stated as exemptions are only available in limited circumstances consistent with provisions of the LGA and the regulation. I think I wrote that down properly. How often do exemptions occur, or are they given like...
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamont, exemptions are very rarely given. It's usually an emergency, or it need to be done extremely quickly. I can't recall the last time something has gone to the CEO for approval. It's usually complying with what I indicated earlier, with one quote under 10,000, etc.
Okay, and are council staff that are involved in procurement, are they actually required to complete any conflict of interest declarations or anything, and they actually registered anywhere?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamont, yes, they do for all tenders. That is recorded.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one, what I'd like to do is the Code of Meeting Practice. You guys probably would understand why I'd want to put an amendment through to actually introduce a motion regarding the non-limit, and if we could actually amend that before it actually goes out to the policy goes out on exhibition. So if you guys could put that one up, it's 3.3 non-limit. I think that's there. Okay. So can I speak to that now, if that's all right? Or does someone have to?
Have you got a second?
Sorry, can I just say, there's two ways you can deal with committee minutes. You move essentially by exception everything but the matters you want to debate, or you move what you've got here, which is all the matters with some adjustments on it. So at the moment what you're doing is you'll need to move, just if we look up, you're moving that staff report plus a specific reference on the GFC 425. So just as a group, you need to develop a way that you deal with committee minutes, whether you sit down and you move in bulk those items and just leave the ones out, or you do what you're doing now. I just want you to think about that, maybe not for tonight, but going forward.
So Councillor Smith seconded, Councillor Lamont, on you go.
Okay, so this is now the third time I've brought forward this amendment to remove the arbitrary and restrictive limit on the number of notices of motion a councillor can submit at each ordinary meeting. There is no excuse for not supporting this amendment. The model code does not include the restrictions that Central Coast Council has. Many other councils do not have the restrictions that we have. Councillors are elected to represent their communities and bring forward matters to residents. Restricting us to one motion per meeting is not only inefficient, it's undemocratic. It stifles the ability of individual councillors to do the very job they were elected to do. Why are the same 8 councillors in this chamber that oppose the removing the restriction of the number of noms want councillors to do less instead of more. Let's be honest, that restriction doesn't protect meeting efficiency, it protects underperformance. Just look at tonight, there's only one notice of motion from one councillor, not 5, not 10. Meanwhile, we're seeing an increasing number of council-led recommendations and resolutions flowing through the standing committees that have been politically engineered by one faction of this governing body. This amendment introduces a balanced solution. It is fair, it is practical, and it promotes transparency. If this is voted down again tonight, the message to the public is clear, that some on this council want to suppress ideas, shut down debate, and prevent other councillors from raising the issues their communities care about. It will be seen for what it is, a continued effort to prevent accountability and protect mediocrity. The community is watching and they expect us to do our jobs and govern on their behalf, not limit the ability of others to do theirs. I urge councillors to support this amendment or motion, whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
I'll move the recommendations. Sorry.
Councillor Mont, can you?
Sorry.
Thanks.
I'll move the recommendation as an amendment.
Motion or an amendment. Sorry.
Can I second for the amendment, Councillor Wright? So we've got an amendment. Councillor Eaton, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Point of order. This motion.
Hold on. Councillor Smith.
This amendment is a contradiction, a immediate contradiction of the motion that's before the chair and should be rejected and dealt with as a foreshadowed motion.
If I could just point out, if the minute clerk will bring the whole motion down, the majority of the motion is moving the minutes of the committee with one adjustment, so it is an amendment. That's why I was suggesting it might have been better to deal with the items, the bulk of the committee items first, and then deal with the bits that you want to debate secondary. But in this case, the core of the business is adopting those items at the top, and what Councillor Lamont is moving is a variation to one particular item there. So therefore, that's why this would be an amendment, not a foreshadowed motion. The motion is to adopt the minutes of the committee with one additional matter. You understand what I was saying to you before is you might well have been better off as a group to dispense with the original business and then deal with the particular item separately.
And Mr. CEO, I understood your views, but obviously the council on the floor have other alternative strategic positions that don't accord with your suggested procedure. So I think that's why it was ignored.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just a question again, just about how we're presenting this information. In the minutes, will the minutes fully lay out each of those A, B, C, D, and E, and F, I think? Again, I guess my concern is minutes. Somebody reads the minutes and they've got no idea what any of those items are.
Councillor Smith, we will outline, as you see in the council report, where there's a commentary on each of those codes. We will lay them into the minutes so that you can read in the minutes the net effect. So the minutes are more complete.
Well, I actually would like to go further and have them in the agenda in full, so that when we're reading the agenda, because it's just moving it from the next page forward to the first page, if we could make that extent, go to that far.
Councillor Eaton, do you want to speak to your amendment? No. Yeah. All right, no more discussion. All those in favour? Oh. Yeah, we're voting, sorry, yeah. Which is the committee's recommendation. So, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McWade. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mont. The amendment is carried. All those in favour of the amendment, the motion now? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Lamont, Councillor Walsh and Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles. Thank you.
Me.
Next item agenda is 3.4, Community and Culture Committee Minutes and Recommendations, May 2025.
Yes.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you. I've just got to get this up on my screen now because I can't read over there. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Castles, are you moving this? Yep.
Yes, I am.
Can I have a second?
I'm going to move that
Councillor McNamara.
we receive and note the minutes and also adopt the recommendations of the Community and Culture Committee of the 13th of May. Are we doing anything else? No.
Is that it?
Are we speaking? What are we doing? Speaking?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. Everybody's looking everywhere and I'm getting confused. Oh, it was like blind and froze. I do apologise. Yes, so we had our first Community and Culture meeting on the 13th of May. Very packed agenda, covering numerous things, as you will be able to see on the in the minutes of the meeting. I think one thing that's very important is that we have decided as a committee that we will, or resolve that we will have affordable and alternate housing strategy as a permanent standing item on our agenda, because obviously we all know this is a very crucial issue, not only in our local area but overall. So I think one of the things that came to my mind at the time was that the multitude of different things that are on the agenda is actually quite impressive, and at the same time quite challenging to cover in the short period of time we have for the meetings, but I also am very keen to avoid using an exception method at these meetings, and that we actually do cover all of the items and have a chance to discuss them, so we can come back with some, really informed decisions to bring to the full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNamara.
Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor.
No, you're right. Just one very small note. In the minutes, my name is wrong.
Oh no.
What did it say?
McDaniels. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Love to second. This was a very, very interesting first meeting. In particular, the leisure and aquatic strategy and the impact of a new facility in the north of the council region, hopefully in the Warnervale area. This has been talked about for many, many years, and Councillor McGregor, I think, brought it up at the meeting about the long time that even from now, you're right, that long time even from now, the timing of building the Leisure and Aquatic Centre in the north, understanding it will be after whatever happens to Baker Park swimming area. But certainly I think we should push for a quicker resolution and quicker building of this facility in the north. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More a question, maybe through the CEO to relevant staff, and maybe the other councillors on the committee could sort of clarify for me. On one particular item, which was the memorials, naming of council facilities and donation of park furniture and trees policy, we had quite a bit of discussion. I was under the impression that something further was going to come back to that standing committee. And I'm just wondering if anybody else was under that impression, or is it... So that's not how the minutes read. The minutes don't indicate that anything is coming back to the standing committee. So if that is the recollection of those people attending, could we just clarify that, or just note that, and I think it was, I can't remember which item it was, because I don't understand those numbers, but that's just me. Which one was it? Yeah. 1.10, that's not up there. I know that. Yeah, but which CCC? That's not up there either. Yeah, but it's not the right one. Anyway, the staff know what I mean, and for the meeting staff, I can find the correct reference. But again, I'll just make the comment how much more efficient would be if these standing committees were full committees of council with decision-making powers held on the second Tuesday of each month. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Any other debate? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Unanimous, thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 4.1, Q3 March 2025 Operational Plan and Budget Review. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the council recommendation on this one.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Milland. Councillor Castles.
I just have a question. Is it okay to do a question now in regards to this? Yes, I had a look through the documents, and I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, the CEO. I note that the financial performance benchmarks, the financial performance benchmarks, the asset management ratio is 47.7%, well below benchmark. What's the proposed timeline for completion of the review into the cost allocation of some building maintenance so that costs are accurately reflected in this ratio? And why are they currently not reflected in the asset management ratio? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, as noted, there is a review underway. Part of it is the way our accounting works and which project line expenses are attributed to. So there's a cross-organisational working group reviewing that, so we can tidy that up, and we expect to have that completed by the 30th of June.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. So given the significant rise in interest income going by the books, what assumptions are being made about interest rates going forward, and how do we have any thoughts about that through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so part of the review that we do is to consider the potential changes in the interest environment over the remainder of the financial year. And then anything else beyond that is included in the long-term financial plan, which is a separate component. So what we do, we have updated that. There have been a number of changes that have impacted on those interest income. So in addition to additional cash reserves generating interest income, some changes in the timing of some of our capital works, and also the expectations we had of the interest rate environment. So they've all altered and we've amended that. At the moment, for the next financial year, we have a 1% drop in interest rates as part of our assumptions, but we will continue to review that whilst the long-term financial plan is out on public exhibition.
Okay, thank you. What is our delivery confidence level for the reshaped or rephased, capital works? Are delays concentrated in one particular type of project or many projects? Are delays concentrated in particular types? What steps is council taking to make sure critical maintenance is not being deferred? And I think that probably goes on to what Margot was talking about as well. Do you want me to say it again?
I'm not quite clear on the question. Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
Okay, so what is our delivery confidence level for the rephased capital works? Like if you have a look at the long term, are delays concentrated in particular types of projects?
Yep. So our capital works is certainly going to be impacted by this wet weather. So this, we've had probably, I think it's 2.4 times our wet weather in the last 2 months. It's close to 550 mils of rain over the last couple of months on average across the entire coast. So I'm anticipating a little bit of an impact in relation to some of those works that are not so like the building works, such as the library, it's undercover, that's not going to get impacted, but other works, such as some of the road works may, and some of those drainage works. Having said that, they are progressing quite well, so they are working within some of the wet weather parameters. So I can't give you an exact percentage that I expect it to drop over these last, these recent weeks, but we're still aiming to hit that 90% mark in relation to the capital works budget.
Great, thank you. And with the cumulative reductions and increases across the next 3 years, do they still align with the long-term financial plans? Because I know they've just been put out. That has already been prepared and released, and how will they affect future rate funding needs if they're not sort of taken into account in that?
The 4-year plan, 3-year, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Lamont, if you look at your budget information, the quarterly, your Q3 changes for this financial year have balanced to zero, and the 4 years have also balanced to zero. So there is no change in that 4 year as a total.
Okay, thank you. What percentage of capital program relies on one-off or non-recurrent grants? And if that funding was reduced, have we got any contingency plans that ensure delivery of those plans?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamont. If you do have a look at some of the presentations that we've provided in the past, we do show that grant funding is fairly significant in, I suppose, the current year, and every year out it slightly drops, and we make some allowances for that. But historical information indicates that we're going to get some grants. I can't give you the exact number, how it's going to proceed, but we certainly, from the last federal election, we also have had some commitments that will be reported through to the next Infrastructure and Assets Committee as well.
So what sort of portion, just going back on, like how much, what percentage would you say are we relying on, or the percentage of grant funding for the capital works that we do?
So we're not relying on grants other than the federal assistance grant. So our capital works plan is agile enough to adjust. And as you would have seen, that we brought in some additional funds of the $20 million, for instance, for the roadworks over 4 years, and we can do the reverse. And that's why we have the long-term financial plan and what's shown to you in the current budget with 4 years, so that we make it very transparent.
Okay, thank you. And the last one, with any delivery capital delivery programs or projects that aren't delivered, how are they actually being communicated to people, like 24, 25 ones that aren't going to happen? Like, how do we actually let people that know that they're not going to happen?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Lamont, normally there's ongoing correspondence with the area. Depends what sort of project it is. The majority do not get withdrawn. Sometimes they're in design phase, so they're not necessarily communicated to the residents in that phase. But we've had some instances where we've had to change the timing and the year, and we've improved some of our processes and provided responses back to those residents.
Great, thank you. That's it.
Councillor Neil. Councillor Lamont, can you share? Thanks.
I wanted to speak in favour of the motion and the recommendations, but I do note a matter that, frankly, I'm somewhat concerned about in relation to the end of the budget period, and that is that the budget operating surplus, including capital grants and contributions, has now gone from the original budget of 120.3 million to 174.5 million, which I suppose, again, is a good thing in that we are financially viable, but it does concern me that we have accumulated that level of a surplus in 1 year when there are so many issues that call out for funding and assistance to our community, and particularly dire circumstances, both in relation to the natural disasters, but also still some of the economic and personal financial issues facing many of our residents. So I suggest to the council that at the final review that we should not expand this surplus any further, and that we should look towards allocating any further funds not expended in pursuant to the budget towards all those issues that are crying out for our assistance. And they include things like the garbage collection, like community facilities, like sporting fields, and so many other issues that I'm sure you are aware of in your community that we cannot allocate funds to because of our budget. If there are funds that are not expended at the end of this final quarter, I strongly urge the council that we allocate those funds to an area where they can be utilised and that will be appreciated by the community.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. No
Mr. Mayor, can I just follow on from Councillor Neil, through you to the CEO, how might that be done in practical terms, could I ask?
The practical way that traditionally that I've done this over a number of years in a number of different organisations is those funds that are effectively surplus we put into our future projects reserve. They're available for the council. We work on that, and that will essentially go in as available resources for the council in the next budget process. So identify projects, identify initiatives to allocate those additional resources towards it. Now council might want to bring some stuff forward more urgently, but generally the types of works that the council are interested in take some time to plan and deliver. So that's generally what happens, is an amount of free cash, essentially, that may well be generated by a better than anticipated performance. Remembering we're talking about a $37 million anticipated budget surplus on an $800 million turnover. So it's less than, it's 3 or 4% of turnover. But that what we normally do is isolate that in a reserve, and that's then available in next year's budget. Beg your pardon? No, 174 is after capital items. Yeah, you don't include the capital items because those capital items are dealing with growth. So essentially, that's why in local government, that blue line that turns to orange is the line we run to. That's standing still. The numbers below it dealing with growth. So those capital items, developer contributions, are income that we get essentially to deal with increases in growth in our community. And so it shouldn't be regarded, and no real council calculates and works on those numbers. They work on the operating surplus before capital items, which is that blue line, which is 37. The projection is $37 million.
One of the areas that the community is really crying out for at the moment is around the area.
Councillor Smith, could you put your buzzer off and we'll come straight back to you?
Is the maintenance of our roads and public areas. There's a real feeling in the community that we're ignoring those, and that our town is becoming untidy and unkempt. And I would strongly urge the council and other councillors to. It may seem superficial, but for many people it indicates pride in our community, and that's why we have competitions like Tidy Towns. Because it's something that many members of the community think is important. So I would urge that the possibility of allocating some funds, because it is a constant refrain of complaint to me from our community about those sorts of issues.
We're effectively almost in a constant budgeting process, and we'll be able to identify those resources once the financial year ends. There's a lot of uncertainty, and the FAGS grant component is still not yet certain. So at the moment we're budgeting.
It's okay, we've got a good government.
Beg your pardon?
It's okay, we've got a good government.
Well, yeah. Anyhow, it's a long story. They pay us in advance. Last year they paid us 85% in advance. We may not get that money. If we don't get that money, then we're back at break even.
Councillor Smith.
So, Mr. Farmer, what was the figure the ballpark figure that you were thinking we might be looking at?
It's what's already there.
37.
Well, we're running a surplus of $37 million. You don't want to spend it all, but there is an amount there that would be available, and we will talk to the council when we start to work on next year's budget about how that might be deployed appropriately.
That could really kick along that tree planting program, couldn't it?
That's maybe some of those options, yes.
No more debate. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, agenda 4.2, Community Land Plan Management 2025 for adoption. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a small amendment which I've circulated both with the councillors and the civic support staff. If that could please be brought up.
Can I have a second on whether that's happening? Councillor Moreland.
Thanks, Councillor Moreland. So this is obviously to provide some context to the councillors and some people in the community who might be unaware. This is a long-standing issue, these deferred lands that the Copacabana community in my ward that has been waiting on for quite a long time. Prior to the community consultation process, there were concerns within the community that the categorisation of land that was put forward for the dunes and the foreshore area at Copacabana would have been the same as what is in other sites on the Central Coast, such as the Terrigal Bowling Club and the Woy Woy Peninsula Leisure Centre. And Bernadine Mitchell and the entire Copacabana Community Association has been a long advocate of ensuring that this is community land that remains in community hands and is not subject to development. So they've been to a lot of sessions, they've spoken to a lot of staff, to councillors and within the broader community to put that view forward that the foreshore area opposite the shopping precinct is not subject to development. So to give council credit, council has listened to what the community has had to say, and it is woven through the report that it is community land. However, I think it is not made abundantly clear to the community unless you read the full report that is the case. You have to read very specific aspects of that relating to two specific plots of land. So I think what this does with the amendment is provides a sense of comfort for a process that has been going on for 2 or 3 years that's caused a lot of angst in the Copacabana community, a community that's very tight-knit, very proud of their area, very proud of its heritage, what they represent, and the vibe of that community. So having spoken to the Copacabana Community Association, they've assisted me in putting forward this amendment tonight, and I'm quite pleased to be doing that as well. So I commend this to the council, and I hope that everyone votes in favour of it.
Can we just go to Councillor McGregor, please?
Without being Nostradamus-like, I fear that this procedural motion may be the same, Councillor Neal. I'd like to move a procedural motion that this be deferred to the following council meeting. I can explain why if required. The reason why I would seek to defer it, initially Councillor Crowley wanted to move this way, but obviously she's not here tonight, so I've decided to do that on her behalf. There's a significant amount of lobbying. We heard a significant amount of issues tonight from the guest speaker, that there may be gaps, that there may be other things that needed to be added or subtracted from this document. I also note that previously classification or reclassification of land, particularly from community to operational, has become a significant legacy issue from the former councils before the merger, and one that still brings up a lot of strong feelings in the community. As Councillor Wright's identified with his Copacabana issue, there's places all across the Central Coast that this affects where local communities are very invested in what occurs. So on behalf of Councillor Crowley, I would beseech all present tonight to defer this to the following council meeting. At least that gives her the opportunity to represent the constituents in her ward that have approached her about issues at Buff Point, and it allows you all to do the due diligence in your own area to go back and speak to your community and see if there is anything that they are happy or unhappy with. And then hopefully that way, if you do vote in favour of this procedural, next month it can come back to the ordinary meeting and we can make the right decision, make one decision on it rather than go through rescissions and all that sort of hooey.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Neal.
I was actually going to move the same motion, so I will not proceed.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support that deferral, but I will just take the opportunity to thank the staff for their work on this document. I would like a little bit more time to go through it, but I will note that just as a community member, I attended some of the workshops probably 18 months ago, and with great respect to the staff, those early workshops were a bit of a dog's breakfast, and the staff really were confronted with a lot of residents that were very concerned, and I could see over time that the staff really took on board some of those concerns and responded really constructively. And I think the final document, the bits that I have looked at and have seen, is a vast improvement, and I think many people recognise that it is a vast improvement. So I do want to, through you, just thank those staff involved. I think it was a really long and perhaps difficult process in the beginning. I will say, though, that I would appreciate the deferral as well. I note that there was I think a Zoom meeting for councillors last week that I could not attend, and I just didn't feel that we got a lot of notice about that, but I could be wrong. So maybe in between now and when it does come back to council, assuming this gets through, it would be good if there was an opportunity for interested councillors to meet with staff and just go through those documents. And just flagging, I am very interested in what Ms. Cooper said in her presentation about the cultural significance category, and that we don't have any lots, or don't appear to have any lots that have been categorised in that way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith, would you second in Councillor McGregor's? Oh, sorry, never sorry. Councillor Wright.
Two questions, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, procedurally, I'm happy to defer. Will it be deferred with the my amendment in there, or will I have to re-raise that at the next council meeting?
And this is in terms of the form of what was moved. If you moved that the matter lay on the table, then it would be moved and exactly where it would be put to sleep, where it was, and then it would be put on the agenda and picked up when it was. But Councillor McGregor's moved that the matter be deferred, which isn't necessarily a procedural motion, but I'm not going to quibble. And and that would essentially move the report, but without any of the moving and seconding there. So they're going to do two different things. So that a deferral will just put the report back on the agenda clean as a report item. Whereas if it lays on the table, it would be matters laying on the table. It would come right at the beginning of the agenda, and it would be able to be picked up by council. So it depends on what you want to do.
That's fine in the interest of time and efficiency. I'm happy to defer. My question was to the Director of Environment Planning. I was quite interested in the point, given we are deferring, I was quite interested in the point that Ms Cooper raised during the public forum about Greenpoint in relation to that one piece of road off of Oka Drive, sort of next to the Greenpoint shopping precinct at that roundabout. Could you provide an email response to all councillors before the next council meeting, because that could potentially be incorporated?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we can do that.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
In the interest of satiating Councillor Wright, I'll change it from my motion, which shouldn't be a procedural motion, to lay it on the table. I don't want to go through all the trouble of having to do amendments again, so we can lay it on the table and hopefully that makes him smile.
So do we just put that we lay it on the table? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Item 4.3, proposed lease for aviation purposes at Central Coast Airport, outcome of negotiations and next steps. Councillor McNamara.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation from staff. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you. Look, it's disappointing that the Nighthawks have decided not to proceed, but it's also interesting to see the staff recommending going out to expressions of interest for those locations on the site. So I don't think I've got anything to say other than let me hear the amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castle.
Yes, I have actually an amendment. It's now the time I can put forward that amendment. I sent it to Civic Support this morning, so perhaps if they could get my wording up on the board, that would be excellent. Right, yes, so there it is now. With my amendment, the first point 1 remains the same as the original. There's a point 2 requiring the Chief Executive Officer to provide details of the proposed duration of any long-term lease to the June 2025 Council meeting. Point 3 remains the same. Point 4 is amended slightly, requires that prior to entering into a long-term lease, the Chief Executive Officer provides a briefing/workshop to councillors as to the proposed lessee and lease terms at least 21 days prior to the signing off on such a lease on a commercial in confidence basis. I move that amendment.
Can I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Walsh. Thanks. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you. So I'll speak to it. I think I'm again actually echoing Councillor McNamara. I think we all have our opinions on the sort of bit of a debacle, I will use the term, that has occurred. However, moving forward, I think one of the things that is really important that we do get some more input regarding what is a long-term lease anyway in general terms, hence my point 2, and also with point 4, I think, again, to be clearer than it was in the original, having that 21 days prior to signing off means that we're not in a position where we have been on quite a few occasions as councillors at 5 minutes to midnight having sort of an urgent briefing about something and being in a position where we then are expected to make important decisions, literally 48 hours later. So I commend it to everybody, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So in the report it states there's no budget allocation for the expressions of interest. Can I just find out how much we're sort of thinking it's going to cost to actually go through this process?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Lamont, I'm just actually waiting on some advice from one of my staff on that, so I'll be able to answer that question in just a moment.
So no, ballpark figure or anything like that at all?
Coming.
Okay. The Nighthawk exercise, how much did that actually cost? Through you, Mr. Mayor, if anyone can answer that question, that'd be great.
It was done with existing staff and staff time, so no additional cost to council.
Okay. And this is going down the track, but community stakeholders, how are they going to be consulted with operators whose activities might actually impact them? Like if we're looking at leases for different operators, are we going to go as far as letting community members know that these are who we're proposing and these could be the impacts to you if we actually take on these leases?
We're going out, the intention is to go out for a commercial operation, for an aviation activity. I wouldn't think there'd be any community consultation on the lease process. It normally would be a lease subject to a DA, and there would be a development application that would go in on that particular site, and there would be community consultation at that point. Then if the DA wasn't approved, then the lease doesn't proceed. So that would be the community consultation piece. And obviously whoever was successful, if somebody was successful, they would do a range of engagement pieces. But a development lease like this, remembering we're leasing them a piece of ground, it's not a developed site. They would need to get a development application, they would need to work through that. They would have to work with the stakeholders, and if the approval didn't come through, then the lease falls away.
And one more question, because we're still at Gateway, we're not at Gateway 2 yet. Will the lease be consistent with entering into Gateway 2?
We would have to see. Whoever is bidding would need to be understand that you may not proceed with that. That's why the rotary winged option that we looked at before was considered to be appropriate, because it wasn't dependent on a wider runway, which was and a taxiway, which is part of the Gateway 2 piece. So whoever is going into it will have to consider those those limitations or those risks when they do it. But the proposal going out now provides an opportunity of council to turn what's a loss-making action into a potentially a profitable business at the airport in a reasonably short period of time, because it's not contingent on any additional expenditure by council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Neal. Councillor Lamont, can you talk? Thanks.
Of going out to a call for expressions of interest on a broader basis, I certainly was extremely concerned about a narrow negotiation with one organisation. And I have to say I'm a little bit curious about the section of the report that says, on the 29th of April 2025, the principal of Nighthawks Aviation advised council staff in writing as follows. Unfortunately, the timing has not worked in our favour. Then there's a ... We have been forced to relocate to Melbourne. Then ... There have been a number of factors that influenced this decision. I'm really quite curious that in December it's all urgent, and almost 5 months later, we're suddenly timing is not wrong when they've had 5 months to think about it. Could we please be provided with the full, on a confidential basis, Council, be provided with the full item of correspondence? Because certainly with those dots and the way it's framed, it doesn't really give a clear picture of exactly why they have abandoned their interest in the site.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, yes, we'll take that on notice and we can provide what information is available that's confidential.
Thank you, Acting Director.
Councillor Layton.
I'll just speak briefly against the amendment and in favour of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The problem is clear that how, our CEO is a brilliant man, but I'm not sure how he's meant to foresee the future and what a tenderer might actually decide that is a suitable long-term lease for them. I mean, the word is long-term, so we're clearly not talking 6 months. It's somewhere presumably over 5 years, but it could be 5 years, it could be 50 years, and that'll be a matter that then council decides whether they're happy with that or whether they're not. The amendment, with respect, puts an impossible burden on the CEO, and the likely answer is, well, it'll be somewhere over 5 years, depending on what the tenderer applies for, and I think is a reasonable proposition. It just defies any logic. It can only be interpreted as some sort of fetter on what lease might be appropriate and what might also discourage people from tendering. So if you're going to have a proper tender, you don't have restrictions on whether it's 5 years, 7 years, or 99 years. You give flexibility so you get the best result.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, I'd like to, through you, reply to Councillor Eaton regarding that. The second point here, requiring the Chief Executive Officer to provide details of the proposed duration for any long-term lease to the June 2025 Council meeting, does not specifically refer to whoever, if there is a successful tenderer, if you like, may do, which I think is covered in point 4. This is actually trying to get some definition under terms of what is considered to be a long-term lease. Now, actually, Councillor Eaton, I would be quite happy if the CEO came back and said, look, it could be anything from between 10 years and 20 years. That I would be quite satisfied with that. When I hear the term long-term lease, personally, I don't know what the definition of that is. I would say that a lot of other councillors would be thinking, well, how long is that? So even if it is sort of approximate, I would like to be given some insight, and for us to be given some insight into what that's actually entails. Thank you.
Would you like Mr. Farmer to give you an answer? The length of the lease will be driven by the amount of capital that the operator would be prepared to put into it. So if it's going to be a reasonably light investment in terms of capital, that you might be looking at a 10-year lease. But another operator that might be looking to spend $10 or $15 million on the site might want a 20 to 25 to 30-year lease. So it really depends. But that band of somewhere between 10 and 30 years is where you'd be looking at, and it would be dependent on the actual proposal that they put and how much capital they're going to invest. And that lease would normally be conditional. There'd be a couple of steps in terms of they make a low payment early in the development phase while they're seeking to get their plans approved, etc., and then it would move to an operational level. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. So I know Councillor Mott asked some questions about expenditure on the tender process, and it did just raise with me that in the draft operational plan, we've got some expenditure identified in capital works for the airport, but then any other works seem to be hidden in the operational budget. Just wondering if we could get a bit of an update from the CEO circulated on the expenditure to date on those items, on any works at the airport, please, whether they be operational, budget or otherwise. So could that be circulated to the councillors, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. Yes, we can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually put my microphone on 4.2 because I was under the impression that we could ask the CEO that question tonight, not have to wait a month. And I'm quite comfortable with the CEO's response. However, my question to the CEO would be, do you have anything further you'd like to add?
No. I think I think that if you look at my existing standing delegation, this is slightly different. So it does actually provide a delegation to me. I think both of the items are outside my standing delegation. My standing delegation is a lease for more than 10 years or more than $10 million. It might be more than $10 million. I doubt it, but it certainly would be more than 10 years. So both of them give me some form of delegation, but with conditions. That's the only thing I was going to say.
Councillor Milne.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the mover of the amendment, after the CEO's response, would you be happy to remove point 2 and keep 1, 3 and 4 there? Now we've got a response from the CEO, so we can hopefully vote on this amendment.
Yep. Councillor Neal.
Yes, hang on. Thanks, Councillor Merlin. Look, having had the answer tonight, that's been very helpful. I guess one of my concerns, as I know many here are, probably all of us here concerns are, we also like to be sort of open to the community about, you know, what the parameters of things are. And obviously, if it's actually a bit of a report in the business paper, it means that this is actually publicly available for community members as well as for councillors. So my preference would be to leave this in, because I think although the CEO has definitely given us some good insight, I can't see a problem really with that similar insight being actually included in writing in a short report in next month's business papers. So as much as I appreciate what Councillor Milne has said, I think it's important that we do actually have this as a bit of a report, not only for ourselves but for the community. Thank you.
Just a further question. Yes, that was suggested by Councillor Eaton that to comply with this amendment would be beyond the capacity of the CEO. Does the CEO believe that it would be beyond his capacity to be able to comply with this amendment?
Neither the amendment or the motion are beyond our capacity to implement.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. So the amendment from Councillor Castle and Councillor Walsh. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. You get your hand up? No. Okay, thank you. Against the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith. Abstain is against. Councillor Reeton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's lost. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The motion's carried. Next item on the agenda is sports ground allocation policy for adoption 4.4. Have I got a mover?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Councillor McNamara. Second on. Councillor Mullen, thank you. Councillor McNamara, you want to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the initial community speaker's version of this, being a organisation that uses our sports grounds. I think the issue is, how often they can have them, who has them, etc. And over the years, there's been many issues that council staff would probably have had to adjudicate over, but having this policy certainly is going to help staff as well as the sporting organisation. So, as the community speaker said, it's first part of the puzzle in getting all of this sorted, and then looking at the actual grounds, how many we have, and the quality of the grounds. So I certainly recommend the motion to everybody.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Neal.
Yes, I was going to ask whether the mover would accept an amendment that we bring the sporting fields strategy back to council on an expedited basis as soon as possible. I think the community made it clear that they're quite happy with this policy before us, and I'm happy to see it adopted. But I think there is concern about the both the maintenance and the supply of sports fields and grounds. So I would be very pleased to see it come before us as soon as possible. Well, the what time is it set down for? Do you know?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Councillor Neal, can you put off your...
Sorry, how quick can you get it back to us?
All right. Does that work? Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. A strategy of this size takes a lot of consultation. We've already started the consultation. We've met with Sports Central Coast. We've set up meetings with all the major sports. But we're going through what their needs or wants are. A strategy just doesn't happen that quickly. It's a substantial amount of work over a long period of time. We actually had it in our plan to have it back to council by the end of next financial year, but knowing how long it takes, that's why we started the consultation already. There will be a lot of back and forths. We've identified a really strong strategy that Canterbury, Bankstown Council has, and we're focused on that. We've sent a number of strategies out to the sporting associations and asked them to give us their feedback about what meets the needs the best, then go through and prepare it. Like even if you fast track it with all the other things we've got on, I'm going to be 6 to 8 months down the track.
Understanding that, to Councillor Neal's point, I think everybody understands the urgency, and if you could take that on board and as soon as possible. Okay, so the question from Councillor Neal is, does the section need a further allocation of resources to bring this back far quicker than the time you have currently on your schedule?
3 years, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if we'll be able to do it quicker with extra resources because it's the feedback from the sports groups us managing, like going through that back and forth through that. In regards to the policy, it's not as if we're not doing anything. We've got the Kalonga one going now. We've purchased land at Wadalba East for a sports field. We're doing designs for upgrade of the Warnervale Oval. We've got, I think, 3 buildings, 3 sports facility buildings are being replaced next year with female-friendly change rooms. So we're working towards the same outcome as what the strategy is, but we've got to get the strategy in place, which will help us with grant funding opportunities and all that. So it's knowing what the community want and work with them while we're building the strategy, what they need as well.
Committee.
But Councillor Neil,
Yeah.
will you get your buzzer on?
Okay. I'll just try one more. Just one question. Which committee does this report to? The Community and Culture Committee?
Yeah, it's through the Community and Culture Committee.
And I think the urgency should probably go through the committee, because at the moment, if you're scheduling 8 months or more, then I would suggest the committee is probably the right location for this, Councillor Neil.
Excuse me, so thanks, Councillor Lamont.
I'm sorry, I'm just the material that I've been provided with, amending the proposed amendment to say that the strategy be provided to the council by the end of this year, so the December meeting, and that if this is not possible, the report be brought back to council explaining where we are at and an update and when the strategy is likely to be finished. Is that acceptable to the mover?
Give them that we would give them further resources. So I think that's as much as we can get at the moment. I understand your timing and you're dealing with third parties, etc. But I think by having this in the motion, that staff should work to this time frame if they can, and if not, they come back with the update of exactly where they're up to. But certainly come back through the Community and Cultural Committee.
Yeah, we're just checking now, and Councillor McGregor, you're next. Councillor McNamara, you accepting Councillor Neil's addition to your motion? Yeah.
Did you hear that stuff? If it's by December 2025, and if it's not complete, an update. Yeah. Date be provided.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, this is going back to the allocation policy. How often, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we can find out how often appeals occur, like with any allocations? Like, is it common or not?
I didn't get it.
Anyone?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We don't actually have a current appeal process, but what we've worked collaboratively. I can give you a couple of examples this year where we've had ground allocations requested, and we've had to go back and negotiate changes. A good example was Carryong Oval. We had a football club request a certain amount of usage, but they only had 4 players. And those 4 players were joining another club but still wanted to play out of Carryong because it was a home ground. But the Carryong Football Club, which is over bursting in numbers, needed that ground more often. So we said, sorry, we can't accommodate this. They said, okay, so be it. Camel Oval is being used by Central Coast Football, Campbell Club, for a number of years, but they've got 5 fields, the most fields of any club. But we had Warnervale Rugby League could not get onto their field because the constant weather, that ground doesn't have drainage or irrigation. So this year we negotiated to move the Warrnambool Rugby League to Campbell and reduce one field for football. Football at first said we need all the grounds, but when we talked with them, it was with Alex, he's yep, we can do it. So far we've never had appeal. We work with them all to try to achieve the best outcome, but in case in the future there is, we just need a process.
So are they competing, like do you have different clubs competing for the same space?
We have over a period of time have had to move different clubs. Clubs grow out of control, clubs shrink. Like we got a club, I think Terrigal football, soccer, there's like 1,500 or 1,700 players. They've got 1.5 fields. They share their 2 fields with Terrigal Rugby League. Not a great outcome, but as Alex said, there's not a lot of fields in there. So it is a jigsaw puzzle. And when Alex spoke about we haven't built another field for 13 years, he is correct. So with the growth of female sports, overage sports, it's more important that the facilities we've got are actually utilised correctly. And so we're putting that puzzle together to make sure everyone gets access to a field. So nobody's been put out. We haven't got rid of any clubs or anything, but we're being a lot more tight with our management of the field, so none of it's wasted.
So do you ever get any objections to allocations that people or their clubs may get, and what would happen then?
Like we did have the one from CCF this year about Campbell Oval saying they protested that they shouldn't get it, but at the same time we work with the I don't know the exact name, I think it's a dog obedience school at Patrick Croke. Work with them, done some field upgrades to give CCF access to Patrick Croke Oval, which they didn't have before. So they won on one hand, lost on the other hand, but in the end, they were happy with the outcome. So it's a negotiation. We work really closely with all the associations.
Okay, it's just how about your smaller sporting groups? Do they find it hard to sort of compete with your bigger ones? Because it sounds like there's some pretty big clubs.
Well, that is a big part of this policy. It does talk about diversity of sport. We don't want the entire Central Coast being overtaken just by one code. We have some, like talk about the dog obedience, they're probably the smallest of anyone, but we've got a facility for them so they can run their dog obedience and their training. We have massive clubs, like I said, talk about Terrigal with 1,700 people. We've got a club that has North Lakes AFL that has one single team. We've negotiated shared use of the oval that because we can't have an oval for one single team, so we've negotiated shared use, and in the future it's going to be AFL, touch football, and soccer playing from that one field that used to be for one team. So it's about making sure this policy is about making sure before we go and spend lots of money building more grounds, we're actually using the ones we got to the highest capacity.
Is there a report or something that we can have, or that can be produced to give to council, that actually shows who's actually who's receiving the allocations and who are the actual bidders, and who misses out? Like, is there anything that we can have a look at who's actually getting the allocations and where? That type of thing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually have a full allocation sheet that shows every single field and which hours are allocated to every single club. Alex was here talking about the 25 hours. We will go. Our allocation will say 4 hours for this, 6 hours for that, 8 hours on a Saturday for games, and it does that. It's a project.
Great, thank you.
Councillor McGregor, thanks for waiting.
I'll rise to support the policy. I have concerns about the addendum. I know how hard that Mr. Shearer and his staff work on this, and I know how hard it is to please all the different codes and all the different teams and to meet all the different stakeholders we need to meet them. And that's where I'm speaking to the other 14 of you. Unfortunately, a lot of things get crafted in this room on the fly. This is actually one you want to let the professionals do their job on. Go and get the stakeholder feedback, work with the different clubs and codes to massage something, then bring something back. Okay, as you've heard, it's not about throwing money at a problem. It's about talking to people and genuinely working with them. So while it might seem good for the optics to try and get a story in the media about like, oh, we pushed this thing really hard, some things you push really hard, you get a much worse outcome. This is about working with people and letting the professionals do their job. These are highly experienced people who have good relationships with most of the people in the Central Coast sporting fraternity. Let's not put them in a bad position because we think we can do something clever and smart at the last minute at 9:30 at night and try and flick something along when we've already got another 7 or 8 things to get through tonight. So I'd urge you to exercise caution with this. I mean, this is in theory just sport, so who cares? It's, it's just kids kicking a ball around. But this method of decision making, I mean, it's good you printed your run sheet out earlier so we all know what you're doing beforehand. But let's try and actually make some decent decisions rather than based on personality, playing petty politics, and just trying to do things that are clever that end up being really dumb in the final outcome. Because we saw that with the Nighthawks. I mean, you type in Nighthawk onto Google and you can already work out it's a transitory bird. Yeah. Seems like the business kept up with the same pace as the animal. So, councillors, let these people do their job. Let them go and talk to the people that actually use these facilities. You are not engaged and enmeshed in all the different sports and all the different codes with all the different user groups and all the complexities of that and navigating all of that. Let them do their thing, then let them come back to us with something reasonable. And then if you want to massage it and change it based on your interest groups and the people that give you numbers in your political party, go for it. But the starting point should be the professionals do the work, then they bring it back. We'd get the community feedback, that stakeholder engagement. We need them to be talking to the Central Coast Sports Council, the local groups, and when it comes to Central Coast Football or Football Federation Australia telling people what to do, maybe they should consider the fact that their sport, their code, in their membership fees, takes more money than any others. Most other codes don't even take money to funnel it back up to the national body, but they do. And if they want us to invest in things, and they're interested in these public-private partnerships and the like, well, maybe they can take all the use fees they take off all the little kids to go and play soccer, and they can put that back into upgrading our facilities for our community rather than hoarding it to spend on national programs and programs out of our state and out of our region. Look at where the money's coming from, look at who's got to make the decisions, look at what's behind some of these things, and let's make reasoned, measured, sensible decisions that are not going to please everyone, but are in the broader interests of everyone, rather than just crafting something on the fly and going click, bang, to fix this problem, when really all you do is kick the can down the road, and when it comes back 5, 6, 10 months later, there's a bigger problem, and there's a whole lot of angry people sending you emails and banging on your door and ringing your phone.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Wright.
Just to clarify, perhaps with the civic sports stuff, is there an amendment to this?
No, it was Councillor Neil, Councillor McNamara accepted Councillor Neil's.
Okay, I was just confused because we moved the recommendation. There was no political point scoring. I don't know where that's come from. So I think there's been 2 for, 2 against. Can we have the motion put?
Yes. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 4.5, water and sewer concessions and rebate policy for public exhibition. Councillor Neil.
Yes, I know we need to move, so I'll move it for the sake of starting debate. But I'm concerned about a particular area of this policy, which is the hidden leaks area. Previously, if you had a hidden leak, there was a provision for a discount, no matter what your circumstance, but somewhere along the way, I'm not sure exactly when, it became, you also had to show that you... Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
That there was a requirement that you also showed financial hardship. Now, for me, obviously a hidden leak is something that happens when you don't know about it, so that the individual user of the water can't take any steps to reduce that cost. And it seems a bit unreasonable that if you are not in financial hardship, you can't get a reduction where there is established by evidence there is a hidden leak. So I know it's only going on public exhibition, but in moving the motion, can I ask that the issue of the also having to satisfy the requirements of financial hardship be explored, and the possibility of that additional requirement be considered to be removed from that policy? Any problem with that? I'm just suggesting that if there are after public exhibition that requirement be removed.
Councillor Castles, could you just put it off for a second?
Yes.
Just,
yes.
no, we're just trying to, could you just put off your light for a little second, please?
Oh,
We'll come
sorry.
straight back to you.
I'm not actually moving an amendment. I'm just asking that after the public exhibition, that consideration be given to deleting the requirement for hardship, as well as establishing there's a hidden leak, because people are often affected by this, and they may have money in their pocket, but they may not want to spend it on several $1,000s worth of water that they never got to use.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you. I also would like to, I guess, raise an issue and ask a question. It relates a little bit to what Councillor Neal has said, but I also noticed that in the policy, it talks about people, and it does say here too, the home dialysis policy. Now, when I read it through, it's saying that the application for obviously the concession must include a copy of the person's current healthcare card or pensioner concession card, and obviously some backup from a physician or area health that they clearly need this service. I have a concern with this because just because somebody doesn't hold a health care card or a pensioner concession card doesn't mean they may not be an extremely low income earner and may actually, also benefit from being able to actually apply for this concession. My question is, are there any opportunities where we could also consider other ways of addressing this apart from simply people who hold a healthcare card or pensioner concession card? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Castles, this requirement in the current policy. This policy is a combination of 3 existing policies. I'm happy to look at what other options there may be. I'm not sure if there's something overriding that requires that proof to be provided, but certainly happy to have a look at that while it's on exhibition.
Okay, thank you. That would be great. I think it's important.
Any other debate? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 4.6, mountain bike infrastructure and open space for information. We've got Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah, I'd just like to move the recommendation and speak to it at the time. Is that all right, Mr. Mayor?
Second, Councillor Eaton. Thank you.
I'll speak for item 4.6 and move the recommendation. First and foremost, I want to extend my absolute gratitude to council staff, particularly those in the community and recreation services portfolio. Your efforts in identifying mountain bike infrastructure that are appropriate for our region is greatly appreciated by myself. Thank you for laying this critical groundwork. We look forward to the Central Coast mountain biking strategy, which I understand will come to council within the financial year 25-26. As we move forward with this strategy, I urge council that in the development of strategy, that it translate into real tangible action. Mountain biking is a growing passion on the Central Coast and indeed Australia, offering health, tourism and economic benefits. The Central Coast mountain biking strategy will hopefully highlight community consensus on the need for effective infrastructure across the coast. If this is done well, the strategy should deliver designated trails that meet demand, reduce illegal construction and use, reduce possible environmental damage on unauthorised trails, but also provide a new market in tourism and economic benefits for our region. So once again, thank you to the staff, and let's commit to a strategy that doesn't just sit on paper, but pedals forward with purpose.
Stop it. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also want to thank and commend staff on the work that they've done on this, also acknowledging that the work of earlier staff have contributed here. I'm interested in if anybody can clarify for us what kind of numbers we're talking about for mountain bikers, just an approximate, in terms of as a sport here on the coast. And given that the sites that have been identified, and not all have been identified as necessarily being able to move forward in the very near future anyway, what sort of level of facilities and development and potential cost could be involved in being able to establish any of these sites? Very generous number of sites have been identified, it seems, and also geographically seem nicely balanced, but just interested in, ultimately just how many of these sites could we be actually looking at, and then when the report mentions infrastructure, what level of infrastructure would be required to make them viable? Might be a bit early for some of those questions, sorry.
So through you, Mr Mayor, I'll answer the first question first. In terms of numbers, I would need to take that on notice and come back to you with an approximate number of... In terms of the sites, so 4 of them are former landfill sites and require significant feasibility studies to be conducted and a whole raft of studies to be conducted before we understand what needs to happen on those sites, if possible. So that would be part of the strategy that's due to come back to Council next financial year, around the potential costs and the potential work that might need to happen in any of the proposed sites.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. I know in the former council was trying to get a conversation with going with staff about Kincumber Tip being a potential site, and I noticed that's not on the list. Can I just get some information about why that is not being considered? Well, no, it's not. It's
through you, Mr Mayor.
Transfer station.
So Kincumber's a long way off being able to be used for anything. My understanding is it hasn't even been capped yet. So it's way over the horizon in terms of potential for usability.
Okay, but does that preclude it from being included as an option going forward? And can we get a time frame on when that could be considered if that is the case?
I would need to ask Mr. Volkov to respond in terms of time frames.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. There are a number of existing options that is being considered at Kincumber. We do have a chemical clean out, and there's potential also for utilisation at the Kincumber site for a staging area for road making materials and those sorts of things. We do have an existing environmental protection licence on that site, and in relation to timing, it's probably closer to that 5 to 10 year period.
Okay, which doesn't seem that far away, in all honesty. Can we just get something in writing that outlines that statement regarding Kincumber Tip? And I guess I'm just mindful of our speaker on the sporting field item talked about the Green Point as being a potential sporting field. Now it's listed in here as potential mountain biking, and I'm not saying one's better than the other, but it just seems that if Kincumber Tip is an option for the mountain biking, that may make Green Point available for the sporting fields. But anyway, that's just I guess a discussion in the background. But I would be interested in getting some more detail about Kincumber Tip, please.
Councillor Walsh, did you mean to have your buzzer on?
I did have another question.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Smith. It does sound like there's a way to go on this. I'm interested in the community consultation or stakeholder consultation that had previously happened and what the plans are around that moving forward. Given the number of sites that have been identified, if you could give us a bit more information about what is planned on that front. Thanks.
So there was fairly extensive stakeholder engagement conducted earlier in regards to progressing the mountain biking strategy, and that will continue on the way through as the strategy is developed. In terms of the exact stakeholder groups, I might refer to Mr. Sherrard to respond to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was, when you talk about early consultation, that there was consultation done by the Environmental Management Unit on mountain biking as a whole, which mainly included trails, like bush trails. The part of this one was when we spoke to the stakeholders, it was about open spaces, so not bushland. So the two separate parts of the project. The stakeholders for this one was pretty much what led to this report. This information from this report is going to be provided to, it's the Environmental Management Unit, who's currently put forward a budget to do the strategy. So my team will be working very closely with them to for the two sort of parts. There's the bushland part, and then there's the open space part of it. The open space part of it will be much easier because as part of the stakeholder consultation with this one, we met with, I think it's CEN and another environmental group. They were very supportive of the open space part of it. How it works with the bushland part of it, I can't, because it's not part of, I don't know, it's not part of my portfolio.
Sorry, I'll wait.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just add a little bit further to that question. So in terms of the consultation that's been undertaken in regards to this report, it's the Central Coast Mountain Bike Club and Terrigal BMX Club that were consulted.
Just also a further question. In the report, it refers to 5 sites. The 5th one sparked my interest. It refers to land lease from Generator Property at San Remo. I'm just curious about why it was leased and why it's been retained for a period, obviously, without being utilised for other purposes.
Hold on. While you're waiting, council got a long-term lease on a number of parcels of property that belonged to the power station.
Oh, I see.
And they include the Kalongra Sports Fields, a mountain bike track at San Remo, was it? And a range of other sites. They're on a long-term lease, I think, to 2032, and that's right, 2032. And there was an intention that council and the government would settle the ownership at some point in time. That hasn't been the case. We've actually bought the land at Kalongra because part of the process to acquire and develop the Kalongra land means we'll buy it. So at some point in time, we need to transition that land into our council's ownership and control. There's a few other parcels of land that we lease.
So those parcels of land that are leased presently are going to go into council ownership?
Pardon? The intention would be over a period of time to move and I think there's we were putting some proposals to council over the next while about formalising the ownership of a number of parcels of land that we lease, that the community value, that we believe will be better in our ownership to give protection to the sporting communities going forward.
Thank you for that. And also a further question for the director. You've listed 5 properties that might potentially be mountain bike facilities. Were you envisaging one of 5 or all 5?
It could potentially be anywhere between the 1 and 5.
Thank you, Director.
Councillor McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can just hopefully answer some of Councillor Welsh's questions through you, Mr. Mayor. My own research and understanding of the situation whilst talking to stakeholders is that originally there was concern of the separation of the two on the open space categorisations and places such as Arimba. And their main concerns are that there is no mountain bike infrastructure such as what's identified in the report. In terms of numbers, I'm told, and I also back this up with my own research, is that participation rates on the coast are within 10 to 20,000 participants, which is equivalent to netballers, rugby players and fishing combined. Worldwide, in terms of participation, is around 20 million. So, as mentioned, there is real scope for tourism if we get this right.
Councillor Walsh.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McQuaid. Could you repeat that number on in terms of Central Coast mountain bike riders? And given that number, where are they riding now?
Can't exactly say where all of them are riding, but places such as Terrigal BMX track, Brisbane Water track, the track up north, Arimba, and a multitude of other places as well. The numbers are between 10,000 and 20,000, more likely in between, on my own research, around 13,000 or 14,000. But there are instances where they're not confirmed numbers, but they do go up to 20,000.
All right, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We've got a few items still to go on the agenda, so I'll just do a procedural motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes, but just to have a 5-minute break just now and go to the bathroom or whatever you need to do. All those in favour?
Aye.
Unanimous. Don't all run to the toilet at the same time. Thank you. Can I have a motion to Can I have a Councillor McGregor? Can I have a second? Councillor Millen, thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item, agenda 4.7, Central Coast Arts Limited Art House appointment of board member. Councillor Walsh.
Sorry, red fog.
What? Ribbit. Don't choke on a red frog, please.
Is the motion up? There should be a motion.
Yeah.
Motion to appoint Councillor Castles.
Can I have a second, Councillor McGregor? Yeah, a motion to appoint Councillor Castles is...
No need to discuss.
Right, Councillor Millen. Councillor Millen's got some... Can you put your buzzer off, Councillor Walsh? Oh, you just turned it off. Okay. No discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Welcome to the board, Councillor Castles. Next item, agenda protection of the Environment Trust, information of establishment of a trust management committee. Councillor McGregor.
I'd like to amend the wording to change point 4 to read option 3. So in point 4, where it says option 2 in the report, I want to amend that to say option 3. And then an addendum, which would become point 5, that the resolutions of council, in brackets, period 2020 to 2025, so that the resolutions of council, in brackets, period 2020 to 2025, regarding the poet, be referred to the ARIC committee for their review and comment, full stop. That the financial statements for the poet committee be audited and also referred to the ARIC committee for their review and comment, full stop. That the ARIC committee provide a recommendation on the preferred or best practice model for operation of the Poet Trust to the current council.
Seconder, Councillor Smith.
Did you wish me to speak to it, or did you want to get the wording right?
Yep. Just let us know when that's all good.
So I'll just read out the addendum again. So that the resolutions of council, in bracket, period 2020 to 2025, close bracket, regarding the poet be referred to the ARIC committee for their review and comment. Yeah, full stop. Yeah, that's right. That the financial statements for the poet committee be audited and also referred to the ARIC committee for their review and comment, full stop. And the final sentence is that the ARIC committee provide a recommendation on the preferred or best practice model for operation of the Poet Trust to the current council. I believe that's accurate there. operation and protection environment can be performed within the function of an understanding committee. No, it should just be the 4 and the 5, the 3, because we're not sending with option 3 is to have the community members on it rather than for it to go to the environment and planning. So that point 3 does need to come out. So, hang on. Where it says expand the environment and planning committee to include the functions, blah, 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 it should just say adopt. So adopt option 3 in the report. So in front of option, say adopt option 3 in this report and delete the expand the remit of the blah, blah, blah. Is there a seconder? Okay. I'll just briefly explain it, councillors. If you read through the report, option 3, in my mind, was the best option. I think we should have people with particular expertise on it. They should be community members. That's the way the committee's operated in the past, and I believe that to be the good way to go forward in the interim. I also think that we've got the ARIC committee to look at issues of strategic risk, governance and the like, and I see no harm in forwarding this to them. They may say we have no comment. They may have some good recommendations for us, but I think it's a reasonable thing to forward this to them for their view, and they may choose to express a view or not. And the key difference from what was there before was, rather than just having the Environment and Planning Committee swallow up and suck up this trust like a vacuum, it's actually just keeping it in the community hands and making sure that people with professional expertise in the environment area are on the trust. So given all the reading that we've done and the implications of the legal side of things and that, this would be the option that I would put forward as the most risk averse and the most effective way of dealing with it. And if you are concerned about following anything that I'm putting forward on the basis of who I am, it is going to the ARIC committee, and I would hope that all of us here would trust in their expertise if you do not trust in mine.
Sorry, I just need to make a little brief comment. For the prep of some financial statements and audit will cost a little bit, so we'll have to nominate a funding piece for it to come from. I was going to say that I might have a little bit left, but it's not going to be much money. But yes,
Councillor Millet.
Just like to support the amendment. Can I also I actually second the amendment as well. Thank you.
It's the motion.
It's a motion.
It's a motion.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, it's just a question through you to either the mover or the CEO. I assume that committee would actually, sorry, if it was a separate committee, it would actually be a subcommittee of the Environment and Planning Committee and presumably report through there. I mean, that would be the correct way to set it up, wouldn't it?
That's one option. It's open to council to resolve to set it up in any way they see fit, but given that it's an environmental matter, that would make sense given the terms of reference adopted for the Environment and Planning Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Next item agenda is advisory committee meetings held in the third quarter 24-25 minutes. Councillor Reaton.
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation. If there's a seconder, I've just got a few questions.
There's a seconder. Councillor McNamara.
They're in the hub. But they're in the hub.
Councillor Eaton.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just had a few questions for Councillor Lamont, as in respect of ARIC. And I just wanted to ask her through you, are the minutes actually correct? It appears to say that you haven't attended an ARIC meeting yet. No, I haven't. Okay, so you've missed all three meetings at this stage. The minutes seem to say 3, but maybe one was earlier. So the minutes say 3.
To hold this. How many ARIC meetings have there been? As far as I'm aware, there's only been 2, and there's one in June.
It is my understanding that there's been 3. I just need to go back and double check the dates. I don't know them off the top of my head.
All right, well, in any event, I suppose the question is, what are you going to do differently to ensure that you attend the ARIC meetings in the future?
Councillor Eaton, are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Mott.
As far as I'm aware, on one occasion I was sick. I actually called council to see if I could do it by video link, and by the time, I think as it was going to a private email, it couldn't be done. So that was one occasion. The second occasion I actually called and said I'd been up all night preparing documents for an NCAT case where I'm representing myself against council, and it had to be submitted on that day, and I just didn't get any sleep. So that's why I didn't turn up the second time, because I was actually preparing court documents for a case. So that's the second time. Third time I'm not aware. As far as I know, we've got a meeting on the 5th. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can we confirm that that is the case? There's a third meeting on the 5th? Of June, yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Malamala.
I note the recommendation is to note the minutes, but does anybody know if the minutes have been approved by the ARIC committee, or is this prior or will come up on the June meeting?
Yes, the minutes will be adopted by ARIC on the June meeting. However, they are reviewed by the chairperson as well and considered accurate before now.
Sorry, they're considered accurate by the chair of the ARIC?
Chair of the ARIC, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we will sort that out for you.
Any other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is notice of motion implementation of petition policy for Central Coast Council. We've got a mover. Councillor Lamont. We've got a seconder. Councillor Smith. Councillor Lamont, do you want to speak? No. Any Councillor Eaton?
Oh, just briefly speak against the motion. I don't see, I have done some research on this, and there is only a few councils that do have a petition policy. This will add considerable work, I think, for the staff, and petitions can clearly be tabled by way of notices of motion to the council. So it's a duplication and unnecessary work.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh. Oh, you just put it off there. Councillor McGregor. Yeah. Councillor McGregor.
Look, I rise to support the resolution. Whilst some may disagree and they've got a run sheet telling them that they have to, I would think, particularly given the experiences of people on this council with the Library Committee, and various other issues, that it would be in our benefit to have an actual formal position on petitions that are presented. So I'll be voting in favour of it based on my experiences in this council and on the old adage that if you have something which is, you know, complex and you don't have a policy on it and it's all over the place and there's no policy, we should have a policy on it. Okay, there's standard operating procedures and rules of engagement in the military, and if it's good enough for the ADF, I can't see why we can't come up with a policy for how to deal with petitions. If we can't work out how to deal with petitions, people signing pieces of paper either in person or on the internet, then God help us with what we can deal with. I can't imagine that it'd be particularly onerous to look up one of the other councils, even if they are in a minority, who have these things. It's better to have formal guidelines of dealing with things than just doing them on an anarchic ad hoc basis. Surely people in a position of probity, of public governance, would want to put forward that when we are presented by the general public something in the formal way of a petition, a method of approaching elected representatives or approaching authority that dates back to the medieval and indeed even the Roman times, that we would have a way of dealing with this. We're talking about a period of 1,000 to 2,000 years of legal precedence, and we can't even come up with a policy on it. Now, I understand that some people think it's a duplication of work, but maybe having council committees that act as parallel council meetings to just try and, you know, run people through every Tuesday night, having another council meeting particular to one directorate could be considered as a duplication, particularly when these things cost $500,000. I'd be very surprised if it was $500,000 a year to come up with a petition policy. But then again, I don't do the books here, so I could be wrong. Councillors, it's a pretty simple one. So if you're voting on this on a basis of what is right and what is logical, you will vote for the petition policy to be created. Unless, of course, you're in receipt of this document and it says 5.1, Lamont dash, motion petition dash, all capitals, just like Donald J. Vote down. If adopted, she and Smith will use this to try and support their agendas. Most councils do not have petition policies. It's not authored. It doesn't have a signature on it. Someone's looking awfully guilty over there, though. A little bit embarrassing to leave your confidential documents out in the open, isn't it? And these are the people who are advising us we can't have a petition policy. They can't even work out how to use a printer. And they want to tell everyone else about what policies we should have. Councillors, you're going to be approached by all sorts of people over your term, and you've got to have a way of dealing with these things. There's a reason why, even if they are in a minority, some of the councils do things this way. And it's not particularly onerous to come up with this thing. Good governance. That's what you're elected to do. We don't have to agree about everything. We're not supposed to agree about everything. That's life, that's politics. But what we should agree on is a proper democratic framework. We should agree on having policies that make things smoother and easier. And that's why this is a necessary document. Look at all the work that goes into things like your community strategic plan. Basically, every single council's community strategic plan could essentially be the same document. It's full of airy-fairy stuff that has very little practical impact. Why don't we focus some time and energy on things that have a practical impact? You know, consider how this would actually practically assist you in your role and assist staff in dealing with things when they're lobbied. Because we do have certain policies for dealing with certain ways people are lobbied or people put forward positions in other areas. There's no reason why we can't have this. And the other thing which is quite sad is the most significant item on the agenda today is going to be debated behind closed doors, an hour and a half to midnight, and we've wasted all this other time on all this other stuff because you can't get the basics right. If you don't get the basics right, you can't get the big picture stuff right. Think about what you're focusing on. Use your numbers for something that makes a tangible difference to this organisation and to our community, rather than just go, oh, Councillor Lamont, we don't like her, let's vote down her stuff. Because that's not only unprofessional, it's improper, but you're also failing to meet your responsibilities in this chamber in doing that. And that's a very serious thing. We shouldn't be voting on personalities, and we shouldn't be voting on who we do and we don't like.
Councillor
Focus
McGregor.
on the substance for a change, not the personality.
Thank you. Councillor Castles?
Oh.
Us.
Oh.
Yeah. No, we've moved on to 4.1, sorry. Yeah. Councillor Morton, I'll have to move on. Sorry. Councillor Castles.
Yes.
Excuse me, can you be a bit order here? Councillor Castles has got a microphone.
Yes, look, I also support this petition motion. I think, as Councillor McGregor has outlined, many of the important things about it. But one of the other things that I have noticed is that it's incredibly concerning when you're living in a situation where people who actually have gone out of their way to actually show their views by actually signing a petition are basically sort of almost ignored. I mean, I know myself with the library, as Councillor McGregor mentioned, that basically, I actually took it upon myself to table the petitions that had actually come through from the community, which showed over 3,500 signatures. Now, the reality is, if I hadn't done that as chair, it's very likely that would never have seen the light of day in terms of part of our background sort of information about this particular issue. I'm also aware of the fact that it's a bit weird that considering that local government is actually in a sense an arm of the state government, and you can actually get a petition if you have a certain number of signatures taken to the floor of state parliament and actually debated within that parliament. I'd like to sort of think that we could be equally as democratic in our council as our state government is with its petition type policies. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Walsh.
I also want to speak in favour of this motion. I essentially agree with, which will come as no surprise, with Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, very potentially Councillor Neal, with what she may be going to say, Councillor Smith, and definitely Councillor Lamont. I think Councillor McGregor being able to highlight, a decision that we know is highly likely going to be voted down and the reasons why. I'd like to ask Councillor Eaton just what it is that, does he honestly think that voting against this doesn't indicate an agenda on his side? That's nonsensical. Petitions, as Councillor Castles and Councillor McGregor have pointed out, have an incredibly long-standing history, and were a form of transparent community work and community responding by various levels of government, long before any of us were even thought of. And I would certainly like to see in that this is developed to actually assist us in our work as councillors, and actually I would suggest that it would also assist staff. I don't think that you can assume that it would be a double up or extra work for staff. In fact, it could be a time-saving tool for staff if utilised properly. So, this is a policy that could provide us with an opportunity to have certainly increased transparency, certainly increased citizen participation, definitely improve representation and increased levels of accountability. So I would urge all to support this motion. Thank you. If you're interested in being transparent, then vote for the motion.
Councillor Lamont.
I really don't have any much more to say than what's already been said by the three speakers, but I really want to know what you guys are going to... Why are we shutting... Are we still recording and everything? Or
I can't. Sorry, I can't. Sorry, Councillor Smith. Yeah, keep going.
I want to know what, through you, Mr. Mayor, what the executive leadership team will be doing about this run sheet. I'd like to know how many other run sheets we've had, and I just want to know whether it's actually worth me turning up and doing anything, because they've already decided what they're doing before I even get to speak or anything, and I just think this is disgusting. You know, what's the point of being here? I was elected by the community, and you're basically abusing that right that the community had to elect me by telling me my motion is going to be voted down before I actually even get debated on the floor. Sorry? Oh, you're going to change it now. I'm quite sure.
No, Councillor Lamont.
I'm just really... Can you understand why I'd be upset? Yeah. And this probably isn't the platform, but this is disgusting. And, you know, it probably, as I said, I'd love to see the other run sheets with my motions, you know, my motions and what you guys have written down next to them. I'd really love it.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont. Councillor McQuaid, can you put your buzzer off, Councillor Lamont, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm voting against, speaking against the motion. Obviously, I'm not against any petitions, but correct me if I'm wrong, you can submit any petition with a notice of motion. Am I right, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, as you can. Just on that, when you want to talk about ethics and setting a dangerous precedent and due process, you know, I would have thought we could have acted like adults and speak prior to releasing any private document into the public domain. When you talk about investigations, Councillor Lamont, I might even call for an investigation of how that did find in the public domain. That was behind four walls in... Sweet, thank you. In the councillor wing, apparently, and somehow it got onto the public domain, and even in this meeting, it's disgusting. It's unprofessional. If you want to respect confidentiality, professional standards, this is too much to ask, literally. Sorry, Councillor, my microphone is red.
Excuse me. Can we...
Fortunately, most of us still believe in doing things the right way, and even if it's not easy or convenient option, and that's the reason why I'll be voting down this motion. Thank you.
Um,
I'm not sure what's happening here, but is the telecast still running? Are we recording this meeting? What's going on? Because
I don't know.
Fear a little bit into territory we probably should be hearing. So what's the status of everything here?
I wouldn't... IT is still streaming? Yeah, it's still streaming.
Okay. Well, if we are still streaming, let's try and keep the debate civil.
Yeah.
And not just lob accusations and nasty things at each other. We are still on camera, let alone the fact that this is a matter of decency.
Yeah. No.
I have actually...
he's moved it. So the motion be put.
As seconder of the motion, don't I get the opportunity to speak to it?
And the right of reply?
We've had the move the motion be put, and we'll be putting all those in favour.
You still have right of reply when the motion...
We've had 3 for and 2 against, so we've...
You still have the right of reply.
Motion be put. All those in favour?
This is that motion before.
Yeah. All those in the motion be put. McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Is that 7 each? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6. 7-6. So,
Mr. Mayor, can you please direct me to the procedure where it indicates that there's no right of reply when a motion is moved that the motion be put?
we're not saying there's no right of reply. We're saying the motion was put.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get a response previously, so I assume you're ignoring me.
All right. Sorry. So all those in favour? Oh, no. Yeah, you can have the right of reply now. Thank you.
So is that myself, Mr. Mayor? May I speak on this item?
Councillor Lamont moved it. She's got the right of reply. No, it's Councillor Lamont. If she doesn't want to exercise it, we go to the vote.
I hope you understand I can't.
Sorry, Councillor Smith.
I hope everyone understands, but I can't speak to it. So I'd really like to give that right to someone else.
No, yes, you can't. Sorry. All those in favour? All those in favour? Yes, for the motion. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Yeah, Councillor Daniels is abstained. The motion's lost. Pardon? The vote was 1, 2, 6-4. 7 against. No, only 7. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She abstained. Yeah, she abstained means against. Yeah. Okay, so the abstaining is against. Yeah, I said 4. And abstain is 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 6. Motion's lost. Motion's lost.
An abstention is a vote against. It is. No, it's very clear that if you don't vote, it's a vote against. The only way you don't cast your vote when you're in the meeting is by leaving the meeting.
Procedural motion, Mr. Mayor, we're going to have to defer.
And I'm just doing it. Procedural motion. The council extend the ordinary meeting of council by 30 minutes in accordance with the adopted code of meeting practice. You can do 2. You can do it till 11 o'clock. Yeah. So all those in favour? McKenna, Moreland, Councillor Daniels. Is this to extend? We have to extend for the confidential. All those in favour of extending? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara.
I refer you to 18.4. The business of the meeting is unfinished at 10:30. Council does not. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
We accept your apology.
Yes. I'm not having a good night, Council now. Right, we've got it.
Yeah. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh, we're extending it so we can do your. That's the reason we're doing it.
Is this the extension?
Yes, this is for extension. So the extension we got is carried. So we're now going to need to ask the gallery to please leave because this is going into confidential. Oh, move a motion to go into confidential. All those in favour? I'm moving on the seconder. Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels. Have there been any submissions from the public or from...
About the closing of the meeting?
About the closing of the meeting?
No,
No,
Mr. Mayor. You then asked me, does anybody in the gallery want to
Does anybody in the gallery want to
make a submission?
make a submission? No.
Then you asked to clear the gallery.
Yeah, and the gallery, please be cleared.
So now you got to put the motion.
Yeah.
Close.
Now we put the motion to
Close the meeting.
close the meeting. All those in favour? The meeting. Yeah. Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wright, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. Carried to close it. Meeting's closed at no.
It's not closed. I have to read the report, and in closed session, yeah, we've got to open. Yeah, point 4 was there. We need somebody to open the doors. No, they're not. In closed session, Council moved the following resolution: that Council, in accordance with Section 5531 of the Local Government Act 1993, Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the authority to negotiate directly with Technology One for the provision of an integrated software solution on a software as a service platform, as outlined in this report, for the following extenuating circumstances: A lack of other local government integrated software solutions with Council's existing core systems. B, the cost and time burden of proceeding to tender to make a similar assessment for a similar or inferior financial outcome. 2, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to appoint a qualified independent probity advisor to oversee the negotiations with Technology One. 3, further, the report be provided back to Council on the outcomes of the negotiations, noting that any new contract would be beyond the CEO's financial delegations, and consequently a decision whether to enter into a contract will be a decision of the Council. And if negotiations are successful, then a report to Council identifies gateways to come back to Council for decisions during the implementation process.
Thank you, and the meeting's closed at 11:01.